Welcome on in, everyone. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. Let's see, we got Subi, Delos, Monkey, we got Chaos. Glad to have you all here. I really appreciate it. If it's all Suda, we have Heron. Ryko, glad to have you all here. I really appreciate it. Happy Friday. You managed to make it through another work week. Fuck, you know. This is gonna be my first weekend off in a month. Last time I had a weekend off was like in mid to late January, so I'm gonna be melting into a puddle. Hopefully, you know, just catching up on being an adult, cleaning my apartment, fixing my dryer. But I hope y'all are having like have fun plans for the weekend. Welcome on in, Polk. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. All right, let me go ahead and move us over to the gameplay. Oh, there we go. Melty morph, basically. I'm gonna turn into soup. Okay, let me go ahead and. I definitely did not get all. Yes, I'm missing the one. So I'm missing ice.
Good suit. Oh, the morph has been summoned and soon the button will be pressed. Hello from Fortnite. Welcome on, it's Astral. Glad to have you here. I really appreciate it. But a Simba would probably be summoning Kratos. A powerful power indeed. Excuse me? What? Okay, well, we're gonna have to go get those at some point. The Borb is here. Oh, why is everything is getting queued up? Oh no. Because I can summon you or Crafty easily. Listen, just because you can't summon me
doesn't mean I'm not gonna complain if you do it. Oh, well, okay, now the button's gonna get pressed.
Push the button. You have no idea what it.
Oh god, we couldn't.
God damn it!
How has this happened twice?
What the hell are you doing?
This is twice now, where the first button press on a fucking Kirby stream has been Kirby falling infinitely.
God damn it! God damn
That's
it.
incredible.
God damn it.
The prophecy. Exactly. That's incredible. Chat, do you know the board voice is Starkey's actual voice IRL? Delos, don't reveal my secrets. Didn't Chaos also press the previous one too? Chaos has incredible timing, I guess. What is Firebomb? Oh, that's right, fireworks. My experiments are working. This looks like that's bomb. When it's in the crows, it immediately turns into chaotic Borb summon. That looks like that's bomb Pierce. Yeah, okay, that's bomb like Spike. Sadly. Just be a wizard, use Fireball. Okay, that's Stone, not Spike. Oh, hi, DDD. Sisters the Crane Mark Chaos and immediately pick crows. That's it. That seems like a fair approach, but also maybe not a well-advised one. I mean, crack your chaotic beans. It depends on the vibe. There are places where I'm like much more relaxed. If you've ever seen me in Bernie's stream, I'm just like, yeah, okay, this is a vibe place. It's all about respecting the vibe of the place, you know? I tend towards, I guess, like, more relaxed on my own, you know, when left to my own devices. The stream tends to alternate between, like, incredible chaos and super relaxed, so... Alright, eat me. What is that in the background? Is it a fucking hippo? Can't relate when I'm left to my own devices, I catch fire. That, you know, that's not even a joke. That's just an honest self-assessment. You know? I am incredible. Thank you for noticing. All right. Sandwich. When you play Potion Craft, the purge begins. It's been a bit since we played Potion Craft on stream. I've been playing it a little bit in my free time, just to get back to where I was. Just because I'm like, you know. Oh, welcome on to Drifting. Thank you for being here, by the way. I really appreciate it. Just like, you know, actually have like, okay, like we're working towards something. So like around the time that I'm gonna get like the oil potions unlocked again, I might bring it back. It's gonna depend. At the very least, like, the thing with Chaos streams is that they're fun, but they're also incredibly overwhelming. To the point where I stop having fun very quickly. So that's kind of why Chaos streams have been like on the back burner. I think once I like I'm gonna bring them back, but they're definitely gonna be smaller. How do I? Oh, I need electric cutter, don't I? Because that's like those bars are green and yellow. Do what works best for you? Yeah. Chaos stream's fun, but they're not just like the Justice League or Magic the Gathering. Yeah. Yeah, basically. So I'll probably bring them back with maybe a more, you know, limited cast, but I basically just have to like sit down and be like, have like take an honest look and be like, okay, you know, is this person usually good on stream? Which, like, you know, everyone who's been featured on stream, like, I love them dearly. So it's exclusively from the perspective of like what makes good content, rather than like you know, just because someone isn't necessarily going to be on stream doesn't mean, you know, there's no like affection there. Well, that's a talk for later, and probably more in private. Are you Squimch? You are Squimch. Ebus. Oh, speaking of chaotic individuals. We're time looping. Oh, okay, well that was a short one. One iteration? Oh no. Yeah, that will happen, unfortunately. I'm going for that zero iterations one of these days. I don't think you have to I think that's an inevitability. I don't think you have to search for that. You should also have less VC slots, since they're always first come first served. Well, the issue with it was that welcome on to Topica. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. The issue with it was that because it's almost like there are two types of people on stream. There are people who are like very quiet. Oh, well, shit me. Like, they're the people who are like very quiet, and then there are the people who are like, you know, I could have like, you know, if everyone's like, you know, Cider Martin, I could have like 20 people on stream and it wouldn't be a problem. You know, then you get some of the people who are higher energy, you know, like Socks, for example. It's like, okay, I can have like maybe 2 of you on the stream before it becomes a problem. And like it very quickly became a thing where it's like, well, you know, it's not necessarily, it's like there was no right number that didn't end up with someone feeling like, you know, like they couldn't show up because of Oh, great. So yeah, the friends on streams will return, just in a more limited capacity, is basically the end all be all of the conversation. Tomato. So you died instantly because the machine crushed you. Yes, this game will kill you at every opportunity with crushing you to death. Okay, I'm not sure if the Volcano one just needs ice, but the one person I saw who played this game did it with ice and fire. So let's go and use the worst power-up in the game. Yeah, look at how useless this fucking thing is. It's not great. It was so useless, my fucking subconscious is like, no, don't do it. Don't hurt yourself like this. Alright, let's go through this fucking disaster scenario. We're basically just gonna kill things with like the ground slide. Because I'm not gonna fucking actually try using this thing as an attack. Are you kidding me? I would appreciate if the game could drop food for me, though, because this is about to be a problem. I say drop food like it isn't, like, predetermined, the location of the food. Don't fuck with me, Firebird. I'm not about to try this multiple goddamn times. Volcano Man. I'm not here for your nonsense. People generate like an energy level and can only hand X amount on stream. That's how it kind of seems. That's basically like how it ends up being. Is it's like, and like it varies day to day. Like someone who's in a more laid back mood, like on a certain day, will like necessarily generate less energy. So it's like, you know, it's a hard balancing act, more or less. Food? Now food. Cries. Okay. Get out of here, you pink fucks. You Firebird. Eat the cake. Eat. Okay, there we go. Cake has been consumed. I wonder if there's like an algorithm for like optimizing like energy usage. I'm sure there is. This is like a thing with my brain does sometimes is it's just like, what if we turn this into like a, like low-key, one of my favorite classes in college was Introduction to Algorithms. And the reason is because it was very much just like, here's like a, it was basically like a puzzle, but like with math. Not even using bomb and cutter, best ability in the game. Cancel start key. Welcome on in, Bui. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. Welcome on, Dirk. So glad to have you here. I agree with you, though. Bomb Cutter is the best ability in the game, but I'm also trying to get the Crystal Shards. And this fucking Crystal Shard requires, I think, just Ice, but I'm using Fire and Ice because I'm not sure if it requires both Fire and Ice, or if it's just Ice. Oh, that's right. I forgot Dirk's streams. I don't know how I keep forgetting that. Also, I forgot Bui is a mod here. A remnant from the first raid pop I ever did. No, come back here. Meat. Okay. We were playing this very patiently. I'm not about to risk losing. Fly over the bird. I think that kind of ice will count. You might be okay. Appreciate that you let other people join you, period. You could run every stream solo. I don't necessarily know they could run every stream solo. There are times where I'm like, I guess to be fair, it's like I have to remind myself that being quiet on stream isn't a problem. Like you can have streams that are like a little bit more laid back where you don't have to be talking constantly. But like to some degree, it is easier to stream when I have someone to bounce off of. Oh well, we got the Crystal Shard. Let's just, you know what? Let's just. Is it worth dying? Well, okay. Let's leave because we have the Crystal Shard, and then let's start working on these fuckers. I don't know what the first Crystal Shard here was. I think it was. Oh, I don't think I found the first Crystal Shard here. There's definitely a combination here I need, though, if I remember right. Just go and get rid of that power-up. But yeah, like, honestly, like, having friends on stream, it's... Because it's like, you know, it's like why it's so much, like, once you have a chat to interact with, streaming actually becomes, like, way easier. Because it's like, it becomes less, like, you know... it's like less you're talking to the void and more like recognizing that like it becomes like a dialogue between me and chat. Oh god. This game gives me such anxiety. Come on. This is gonna be a problem. Oh wait, you're in the background. Who is this witch girl in the background? What's your deal? Is it Ashley? No, that's a different company. That's the company that makes WarioWare. The pastels are a ruse. Is there... Oh, fuck me. Oh, here it is. What is the power combination I need? I want to say I actually can't get it from this level. I'll continue through the level to see if I can find it, so that way I can remind myself. Oh, hey, food. I just want people to get people on my streams because I sometimes straight up run out of things to talk about and just craft in silence. To be fair, that's like, honestly, that's kind of the thing with like craft, like, so unlike video game streams where it's like a little bit more like anyone can play video games, like stuff like crafting and art, you can actually kind of get away with just being a specialist. Like, the person who rated, you know, by and large, I think most furries are aware of Bernie Bear, but Draco is not a furry. The person who rated me yesterday, or Tuesday, the person who rated me Tuesday, Bernie, is just an artist, and his streams are just vibes while he works on art, and he has music in the background. Like, it's a lot of times for if you're making something, it's a little bit easier because it also becomes easier to like show the thing you're making on other platforms. Whereas if you just play video games, it's like, well, you know, the only thing I've got going for me is like, you know, playing video games. So I kind of have to hire an editor who I love Mashio to death. Mashio does amazing work, and also Mashio's working on some new stuff. I still have a lot of TikToks in the bank, but I'm like stocking up even more. Well, come on in, Chronos. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. And Mashio's new TikToks are so good already. It's 2 moments from Elden Ring. Oh, speaking of Mashio, welcome on in. I see a lurking there. All right, there we go. I literally just popped in. But yeah, that's a good point. Thanks to the perspective. I'm still trying to figure out my whole deal here. Yeah, so Mashio was edited because I don't have the time. I recognize that I don't have the time to stream, work full time, and edit videos, while also like maintaining a social life. So I I'm just like, hey, Mashio, you already know the process, and like to be fair, Mashio absolutely kills it. If there's like one, like, there are moments where I'm like, the algorithm I feel like screws me, but like I don't think it's ever like the fault of like the editing quality, because the editing is always on point. Also, I'm sure I imagine it will get a little bit easier, low key, when I have like when I do get a model. Don't talk about the algorithm. It's not worth it. It will be easier once I get a model, I imagine, because it'll be like I can react and like set up like it'll be easier to that's the forbidden word. Oh fuck me, it was. Okay, so it was Electric Pierce. Okay, so I actually could have gotten that from this level, but oh fuck me. Well, come on in, Doodle Den. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. Yeah, a lot of the discovery ends up coming down to the algorithm, which is big unfortunate. Also, welcome on to Werewolf Fritz. Glad to have you here. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna give a shout out. Werewolf Fritz is always writing into us, so I appreciate it. It really does. Like, you know, it's always nice to have frequent raid-ins. No problem, all the hearts. The algorithm is like the jackpot if one. That's the thing. It's like, me here to help. Oh, sorry, Chaos. That's the thing. Like, it's like a fucking slot machine. It's like you only need one video to pop off, and you know, the funny part is I was actually the cause of the one video that caused Papa to pop off. Someone, you know, the like bomb has been planted. TikTok was like one of Papa's like biggest and like got him a lot of discovery. Also making friends, as Papa said, getting other streamers to talk with can also game the system a bit. Yeah. Yes, I was doing Turkey. We did a lot of dying. Ooh. There are literal times where you get random videos from months ago go viral out of the blue. Yeah, that's strange. I've heard of that. And there will be times where I look and I'm like, okay, so, you know, this video got a like. I expect it to be my most recent one, but it's not. Oh, I forgot about Double Bomb. Double Bomb's kind of a lot of fun, actually. But yeah, like there'll be times where I get like a random, and it's usually someone who's like found me from the newest video and gone back to like one of my older ones. But yeah, like I'm aware that it's kind of just a matter of gambling. Like that it's a slot machine, and eventually I will get like one that hits big. And I just got to keep rolling the dice. And there are ways to slightly increase the odds of something hitting. And they're like, otherwise it's just down to I don't want to say spam, because I never want to make something that I'm not like happy with, or I never want to like release. I never want to have a stream where I'm like, you know, I'm going into this. It's a little bit harder to be prepared as a streamer, but like going into stream, like knowing things are broken is a lot harder than you know. I never want to go into stream and be like, yo, everything is broken. I want that to be a surprise, so I'm doomed the instant I realize. All right, need one of you. Needle, and then we need electricity. But yeah, it's a side of content creation that like I'm sure gets talked about a lot. But to some degree, it's like if you're doing content creation for an end goal, which I guess my goal at this point is Twitch partner, which is a ways away. Goddamn, like we're not close. I'll be honest with y'all. But we're also a lot farther than I would have ever expected I would have got. So, you know, all about perspective. That Vor enemy, I wish wouldn't. I wish it wouldn't Vor me. I'm not into it. Oh, well. I'm also not into the button being pressed, but, oh, fuck me.
Water and water and water, water, 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 water and water.
Well, get your jams out.
Water and water and water, water and water and water, water, water and water and water, water,
water and water and water, water, water and water and water, water, water and water and water,
water, water and water and water, water, water and water and water, 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 water and water, water, water and water and water, water.
I'm glad that the water and water and water covered my huge dumb fuck up where I just threw the spike that I was saving away and have to restart the level. I love it when my stream covers up my own fuck-ups. It does happen occasionally. Not often. Usually it highlights them. Alright. These dinosaurs are... It's the flying dinosaurs. Like, they're not even dinosaurs. They're just triangles. These are sky flaps. You ever hear about, like... You ever hear, like, the... like manta rays or whatever being called sea flaps? These are sky flaps. Also, manta rays are really cool. They're probably like one of my favorite sea creatures. Hey chat, what's your favorite sea creature? Just a random topic off the top of the head. What if they're just angular dinosaurs? It's like every single time otters. Ooh, I guess otters do qualify as sea creatures, like seals if they count. They do count. They are creatures that live primarily in the sea. Seahorse because Mpreg. I swear to Christ. Jellyfish. I'm also. You know what? That's fair. Jellyfish are really cool. But it's kind of like saying coral is your favorite sea creature. I don't really think of them as animals.
Stucky, I think we ordered too many nights. I think it's becoming a problem.
It's not a problem.
Wait, what are you doing to me?
I'm not.
Wait,
don't worry about it.
Don't lock me in here.
I mean, Chris, we were already locked in there. Like, my guy, nothing's changed. I gotta remember the MFF. I will probably be at MFF this year, although that's like so far away. We're taking Crisp to MFF. I need to get one of those like really nice, like, one thing I saw all over MFF was there's like backpacks with like LED displays in them. I kind of want to get one of those. It would also be like a good way to be like, you know, highlight Lurk. Be right back, Burbo. For sure. Thank you for the lurk. I really do appreciate it. It would also be like a way to be like some amount of like, you know, yo, it's me, because I don't want to put my face online. Does Crisp know about the $7 machete? Oh my god. Oh, this is a story we haven't told on stream. Oh, thank you for reminding me, Draco. Okay. Okay, to explain the story, there's this store called Tractor Supply. If you live in a rural area, you're probably aware of like Rural King. Rural King is similar to Tractor Supply. It's basically like where farmers go to get a bunch of random stuff that they need for like their job, farming. So during one of oh thank god I didn't die. Start to focus on the game. You don't want to do this all over again. No. Listen, there's one part in particular that I need to focus for. Wait, where? No one say anything. Don't say it. Know what you're thinking. You don't have to say it. I'm in hell. Yeah, I forgot electric. All right. We're doing this again. Welcome on and Slugum. I think of you here. Really appreciate it. Anyways, try number 3. There's this place called Tractor King, or Tractor whatever. Tractor King, Rural King, Tractor Warehouse, Tractor. I'm sexually attracted to my tractor, etc., etc. Every country song. But yeah, so it was me, my brother, Draco, and then one of our other friends who is equally like, he's like chaotic, but he's more like quietly chaotic. I've actually talked about him before. He's the guy who like ate blazing hot, like the super quiet guy who like ate blazing hot buffalo wings and just like afterwards was like fuck, and then he was fine. Like he kept it in while inside the restaurant. The instant they left, he's fuck. All right, scream very loud when you do get it. Reasonable. But yeah, so the 4 of us, as well as are the male friend that is like the responsible one, his wife, and 2 other like 2 of his wife's friends who are very very sweet people. We go to Tractor King also. What? What happened? Oh, you're saying you're also lurking. Okay. I'm dumb. Don't mind me. So the four of us. Draco points out. Monsieur just lurking. Okay. Draco points out. Is like, wait a moment. They have machetes at the Tractor King, and not just any machetes. These machetes are at clearance, which means that they are priced as cheap as they were purchased. On top of that, they were also 50% off. So these machetes they bought for $15 that they were selling for $7.50. Welcome on across from Nexus. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. Suffice it to say, me and my brother and our third friend each got one of the $7 ones, and Draco, being the thrifty individual that he is, got found two that were $5. So we're all like leaving the store, and it's just the four of us, and between us 5 machetes. Oh, and to give you to explain, to explain how this joke gets even funnier. Like when we're purchasing, I would not trust those machetes. I've actually used that machete to cut down wasps' nests in my shed. Because there were a fuck ton of them, and I sprayed them down like at the beginning, like at the end of fall, and just haven't had the time to go out and actually clear them out. It was quite good at that. It did operate as a machete should. I was doing it in sandals. We're not going to talk about the safety issues lying therein. Okay, don't do it. Okay, there we go. Nope. Anyways, so as we're buying these machetes, me and Monkey are like, we can't tell Mom. Mom will lose her mind if she found out we're getting these $7 machetes. And I'm like, yeah, of course. No, we're never tell Mom about this. When we were when we got back from vacation, because of how not great it was, I was deeply exhausted. And we're offhandedly mentioning, I accidentally mentioned that we got these $7 machetes. I had to quickly think at the top of my head, I'm like, fuck, Mom wasn't Monkey's like, Starkey, come on. And I had to be like, oh, how do we play this off? And I'm like, I had to be like, oh, this. I was like, come on, you know it. You know that was a joke, because pretending oh, we saw these, we weren't gonna buy them because we knew Mom would complain. And I'm like, give us some credit, Mom. And secretly, I have this fucking $7 machete in my utility closet that I claimed I don't have. So, yeah, she can never know. Oh, fuck, I needed electric for... Oh, wait, no, this was, electric cutter was for later. This is... Yeah, this is cutter stone? Is this cutter stone? Or is that cutter bomb? No, that it's needle stone, isn't it? So anyways, spike earth. Okay, yeah. Anyways, that's how I got out of having to explain to Mom that yes, we did in fact purchase $7 machetes by claiming that because we know she would freak out, we didn't get them. And she was like, I like the fact that you guys the fact that even when I'm not around, I'm still influencing your decisions. That axe was earth. I don't have spike though. This is cutter. I'm going for the one that's later on this level that needs electric cutter. And also Thankfully, she knows that I stream, but I've not told her what platform I stream on. Nor do I think she will find this on her own, so. Unless Monkey sells us both down the river, we should be good. I think she would not grape the machetes were made with high quality. Oh, these are bad machetes. They have very flimsy plastic handles. As I was using it, I'm like, I was actively, I'm like, I really shouldn't be wearing, like, A, I really shouldn't be wearing fucking sandals when I'm cutting down wasp's nest. And B, like, this handle is not gonna cut it. Yeah, just in case you got to, you could go into level with the spike. That is fair. Let me see if I can, oh. Get out of here, swamp wannabe. Oh, there's meat here. Give me the meat. So, yeah. Well, come on in, no problem. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. Would not advise purchasing a $7 machete. Probably not the best usage of money. Let's be honest with ourselves. Fucking.
Please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it.
I'm gonna lose it.
You're now listening to 102.3
I would advise it.
Real Rock FM, where we play nothing but rock, and more rock. This ain't your granny station.
Starkey, stop. It's too late. I've already done the thing. There's gotta be rock in this level. There's like rock in every fucking level in this game. Right? I could also just go get the rock at the level. Those enemies were electric. I didn't have cutter though. FM radio stations are the same. Oh yeah, it is every FM radio station. For sure, that clip is the purest manifestation of every FM radio station. You could have gotten the boomerang. Could have gone back to the boom. You know, that's very, very smart. Hulk, you have good memory in this game. I, unfortunately, am an idiot. Hence, my purchase of a very, very cheap machete. Also, the fact that Draco advises it should go to explain why Draco has injured himself so much. How the fuck does this ability work? How am I gonna do this? Oh, I see. Is both the electric and cutter available in the room? I did. Unfortunately, I'm stupid. I'm sorry to tell you this, Bulk. I might be dumb. It's just a fact of life. All right. Crystal achieved. No, Borb is not dumb. Intelligence is a sliding scale. Crows are very smart. Crows are very smart animals. Borb is distracted by chat. Borb is distracted by telling story. I don't have that many stories to tell. My stories come from leaving the house, which I don't do often. And so, like, outside of stupid shit I see on Twitter, I refresh my story catalog like once every 4 weeks. Starkey is handsome. How dare you say that? I'm just a Borb. I am but a Borb. I wonder if those guys one-shot me, and I don't want to find out. Oh, they do. Big. Oh, good. Good. I dared myself to say it. Also, welcome on, Kella. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. You joined just in time to call me smart while I did something very stupid. Darky sound a very good voice, calming. I'm slowly warming up to my own voice. At the beginning of the streaming process, I was like, ew, like, you know, because I don't actually hear myself record that much. But I'm like, it's fine. Which I think is as good as you can reasonably expect someone to you know, no one's gonna ever actively like the sound of their own voice. But like, you can be like, yeah, okay, it's whatever, it's fine. And that's kind of where I'm at. I've been told often my voice is soft. Honestly, I don't mind, except the times I get easily interrupted. Like most actors like the sound of their voices. Everyone has voice dysphoria, it seems. Well, that's because, also, welcome on in, Corvus. Thanks for being here, I really appreciate it. That's because, the thing with voice dysphoria is that the way people hear their voices is not the way, like people hear their own voices very differently than they will hear other people, than other people hear it. Because of bone conduction. Like, your bones actually carry sound super duper well. So, like, oftentimes people's voices will sound deeper to themselves than they sound to everyone else. So when I hear back my voice, I'm like, oh, who's this nasally bitch? And I'm like, oh wait, remember? It's not that I didn't remember. It's that I was like dumb and didn't realize that there was Cutter still available in this room. And now we get one of the most fun power-ups. Fucking lightsaber. You hear your own voice partially from the, You hear your voice partially from the side of your... Yeah, exactly. I have non-conduction headphones. Well, it's... non-conduction headphones. Wait, so, like, you're... Like, you can't hear your own voice? Or you hear it, like, reflected off the objects around you? Oh, wait, I guess now that I actually have both the shards here, yes. All right. I have bone conduction headphones. This is a jam, though. If there's one thing that has fully lived up to expectations, it's how much of a jam the original Kirby 64 soundtrack is. This shit slaps. Oh, excuse me. Coffee time. Well, come on in, Phil Sponge. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate it. Oh, fuck me. Come on. Die. Die. Oh, that's not great. All right. It has perished. Kirby soundtracks always slap. Kirby, if it weren't for Bayonetta, Kirby would I think be the game that has the... It's definitely the longest running game where every single game in the series has like an S-tier soundtrack. Like, there are very few whiffs in the entire history of the Kirby OST. I think because it just fucking runs, like, it just plays so fast. Congratulatory sip of water. All right, I'll grab the water bottle and I wait for the there it is. All right, Ripple Star, the final world. I didn't realize how short this game was. I'm gonna be honest. To be fair, I guess as a kid I never really made it past my stopping point was like the point where I always struggled after was like, I couldn't make it past the one level in Primal Star, where you get chased by the lava. Welcome on in, Chill. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. Who would win, Slayonetta or One Small Borb? Kirby is functionally indestructible, but Bayonetta's also not... Like, Kirby only fights evil Eldritch entities. So I think it would just be like one of those where it's like, they would just vibe. Hello, welcome on in, Cool Cast. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the stretch. Also, yes, do in fact go follow Chill on Twitter. They're amazing. Their art's wonderful. We're able to start with a banger song. You all have already missed me. Just absolutely flubbing all of the gameplay forever by being dumb. Ooh, tomato. Well, that's getting, oh, cool. Like, Kirby would be the only person who would trust with a gun. I don't know that I would trust Kirby with a gun. If the enemy is anything to go by, Kirby's got like the mental capacities of a 2-year-old. Me a bit eepy still. Are you gonna... There we go. Also, there is a point in the Kirby anime where Kirby does in fact get a gun. So let's not forget that moment. Jump. There we go. And he literally just starts blasting. Literally, Kirby just starts going to town. Oh, okay. So this looks like that's Spike Bomb from the looks of it. Spikes. I don't know that there's spikes around here. A lot of fire, though. God damn, is there a lot of fire. Electricity. Nope. Doesn't look like it. No spikes. We can go to the previous room, but it definitely locks the door afterwards. Oh, I forgot about this power-up. This power-up's stupid. To be fair, it is functionally infinite invulnerability, so one of the newer games there's a gun. Oh yeah, there's Kirby does have a gun power up in the Forgotten Lands. I forgot about that. Okay. Let's go through that level again because we actually can get the spike in the beginning section of this level. Oh well, I never mind. More of a musket though. Well, yeah, it starts as a musket and then it becomes like a 6-shooter and then it turns into a space gun when you upgrade it. So Kirby with a shotgun confirmed. Oh, excuse me? It throws me off because this is one of the few Kirby games where you actually get to use your copy power-ups in water. You don't get to do that in basically any other Kirby game. Oh, this song? There's a yellow block in the pit. Where? Where are you? Donde está? Needs electricity. I have electricity. Back where you dropped. Hopefully this qualifies. I don't see it. Crystal Shards is sort of an anomaly in the series. It's definitely a bit of a black sheep. Kind of like Dreamlands 3. Left. You'll have to excuse me. I am what's known in classical terms as blind as fuck. Is it? Back to the beginning. Oh, okay. Oh, this. Is this really? Oh, it is. That didn't look like a that didn't look like a thing at all. My DD got canceled because we used Roll20. Our DM told us I have a very slow download speed and about 0.1 upload speed. Oh my god. My man fucking sent that an hour ago. And it's only just now like, oh wait, D&D is canceled. I wish he would have told us sooner. Hold up a moment. Thinking intensifies. Oh, good. Oh, hi DD. It's Smash. Remember playing this game as a kid? It was the only game that didn't scare me to bits. Did you get the secret boss? Where it very much is just fucking horrifying. Thanks, DDD. Thanks, Dad. Can we acknowledge? Can we respect Nintendo for one thing? A lot of their villains are also like I feel like they would be good dads. Like DD is not the brightest, but no, never the secret boss. It's also like an anomaly because the secret boss, actually to be fair, I guess Squeak Squad also has the secret boss hidden behind
Cream.
well, no, not hidden behind the cream.
The cream. The cream. Oh. The cream. The cream.
The cream. Cream. It just ends so anticlimactically. He doesn't even scream, it's just Weird way to the man cream man needs to breathe. Well yeah, but also the cream. Hyperventilating intensifies. Thank you for the hydrate, cats. I really appreciate it. Also, apparently you're playing Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, huh? Well, I guess they did release a whole bunch of new content for Mario Kart 8, didn't they? The breathing makes me stressed out. Understandable. That's a very fair reaction. Hello. Ooh, candy. Needs cutter. Oh, god damn it. Okay. So I can get, yeah, okay, yeah, I see. Alright. Well, we have to play this one again. Starkey got cake? I did. Apparently, I got cake for days. Like I said, the pact once bullied me into posting cake. Okay, well, at least I have needle. I need needle bomb for this one. It is. Starkey cake is good. I need to get an emote that's just cake, but it's a slice of cake with Starkey's color scheme. You could have just taken a photo of cake. You really think that would have? You really think that Kaizi would have been happy with us just a picture of a slice of cake? That was Spike. I already have Spike, but he can suck it. So we need Spike Bomb. Don't do it, Scarfy. You don't have to. It'd be like a chocolate cake with a blue raspberry cream cheese frosting. That sounds really good. I would actually. That sounds delicious. I'm not even gonna lie. Oh, that's right. Bomb. Oh, fuck me. This enemy is in like the least opportune location. All right. Ooh, cheesecake. I love cheesecake. Cheesecake's definitely up there in terms of desserts for me. I think my favorite's a pineapple upside down cake. Okay, we just need something with cutter. Doesn't matter what, it just has to be cutter. I think there is a cutter enemy somewhere in here. Qatar? No, not Qatar. Cutter. Slicer. Dicer. The slap shop. The slap my nuts. Vince here with the slap my nuts. That and tiramisu are top tier desserts for me. I do like a good tiramisu. Cutter is how you properly pronounce Qatar. Wait, really? Well, I was the fool. I was sassing you, but I was the fool the entire time. Do anthro-crows have internal or external nuts? I mean, I think I'd imagine they'd be external because once they're inside you, they're just kind of like food ground food. My favorite dessert is arroz con leche. Actually, no, you've reminded me that Mexican's dessert exists. In which case, oh god damn it, Tres Leches cake definitely takes is definitely my all-time favorite dessert. But it's also a pain. Audio die? Oh wait, that's on my end. Malicious compliance. I will bake Tres Leches for you. Bake it for yourself. Everyone deserves a Tres Leches cake. It's my go-to. Once they're inside you is an interesting line to join into. Welcome on to Raptor Rush. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. It's an interesting line to join to, but it's also not unexpected for the stream, shall we say. All right. Creme brulee is the ultimate dessert. Creme brulee is weird because I've had it be good exactly once, and I went to a fancy restaurant. Like, I went to Fogo de Chao, and the creme brulee at Fogo de Chao was disappointing. Which, like, I was like, aw. Because it's like, it was a fancy place. But also, I think Fogo de Chao might just be really, really spotty with their desserts. Because I've had Tres Leches cake at Fogo de Chao twice, and the first time I had it, it was like God's gift to Earth. The second time I had it, it was like... It was dry. They made a Tres Leches cake that was dry. And I was like, why would you do this? Who hurt you? Yesterday I went to made stovetop hot chocolate with fancy dark chocolate and served affogato style with ice cream. Ooh, that sounds really good. That's because you ordered a French dessert at a Brazilian restaurant? You know, that's fair, but also... What's ice cutter? And Mexican dessert? Okay, but they also got it right the one time. Oh, this dessert talks to me with make hot fudge cake. I wonder, should I make brownies this weekend? I always like, because I'm aware of my own sweet tooth, so I'm like, all right, cool. We got one of the best combinations. Oh, family is gonna bring some Mexican food when they come back. +6. What's a +6? In terms of opinions. What opinion? What happened? I very much get carried away with the desserts and need to be restrained for my own good. That basically the same. I'm well aware of my sweet tooth. Chicken enchiladas. That sounds so good. You guys see the new stills for the Bowser and Kamek playing the piano together? Wait, Bowser and Kamek are gonna play the piano together in the new Bowser movie? It's gonna be, we're about to get the crossover with, oh fuck, what's it called? The, Shinji getting the robot, with the gay piano scene. Crows don't have teeth? Yeah, they have gizzards. I'm assuming, like all birds. Evangelion, yes. We're about to get a Mario movie X Evangelion with gay piano scenes. Birds eat rocks? They do. I think the idea is that it's used to like help like they're, excuse me, I would like to jump. Okay. You mean a crop? No, birds will pick up like rocks and like they'll it's not like they swallow the rocks. It's like they like eat it and then spit it out. I think like the idea being that it's like to sharpen the gizzards. Oh fuck, I missed one? Oh, we're not fighting Miracle Matter yet. We have to, where did I miss it? Also, can we just, this song, the fucking bassist goes off. The bassist understood the assignment for this song. Ostriches will swallow rocks, but to assist with breaking down food in their stomachs. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, yeah, birds definitely do eat rocks, but there's like a bassist. The bassist is, in fact, based. Okay, the question is, what did I miss? Where is it? Cursed thought, what if birds were sucking? What if a bird was sucking and the person reached the gizzard so they got minced? What is, hold up, what is this thought drifting? Also, welcome on in, Twist. Thank you for being here, I really appreciate it. What? I'm at a loss. See what I mean? I think I'm doing something wrong. I have to be doing something wrong, right? What if oh my god. I will not be reading any messages about bird cunnilingus. Sentences I didn't think I would ever have to say, but I guess we're here. Okay. What am I missing? So it's...
Please, do not push the button.
So glad my mom is in the bathroom right now. Why in the world would...
Nothing much, it's just right over here.
Who pressed the button?
Good, bro?
Oh, okay, listen, the human fire alarm we don't talk about. You know what? Silence. I'm in Spain without the S. Every day of my life. Okay, what am I... Saber? Welcome on in, Amalgam. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it.
I'm in Spain without the Spain because I'm not in Spain. Cracker want to poly.
Welcome on in, Waylon. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. Okay. Okay, I might not... I might have to Google real quick where this fucking crystal shard is. Also, let me go and give a shout out for Wayland. All right, we're pulling up Google. We're pulling up Google.com. Kirby 64. What level is this? This is Ripple Star 3. 3 crystal shards. Where is it? Where the fucking crystal shards? Wiki, you're not helpful at all. Okay, here it is. The second shard can be found under the orange and red floor in the third ambush enemy. You can break this using burn and needle. Okay. Rebel Star Song is a bop. All right. So we're looking for burn needle. Oh, here we are. Oh, you fucker. Okay, fine. Bastard. I guess to be fair, they have that shield for a reason. I don't know what burn needle does. Roommate somehow forgot to get groceries today. It's like goes for dinner for me. Oh, fuck me. All right, fine. No fucking wonder I don't remember this ability. It's trash. Excuse me, you... What am I supposed to do? We're just gonna be doing this the entire time. Burn Needles is as opposed to Green Storm. Mix some canned tuna with rice, sriracha sauce, and some other green crunchy things you find lying around. Lizards work. I can't be too surprised. The Martin is advising we just eat random lizards that are lying around. Lucid isn't melted ice cube. That was a misinput. That was honest to God a misinput. I'm gonna have to do through this entire fucking... Okay, let's hope for needle. Needle enemy? No needle enemy. Oh, fuck off. Oh, shit, needle enemy. Cutter? No. Alright. There we go. I'd let Thunder eat me. Oh, is Thunder the name of the new Komodo dragon? Alright. Welcome to Miracle Matter. Oh. Goodbye, Miracle Matter. Oh, fuck me. Okay, thank you for the hydrate poke. Yeah, everyone's enjoying the everyone's enjoying the new Komodo, the new hot lizard from Fortnite. I guess Fortnite remembered that Oh, fuck. I guess Fortnite remembered that there is a that the furry fandom will spend a lot of money. Oh my fuck. Give me the needle. I wish I could enjoy the hot. I might have to focus very briefly on this fight. Okay, there we go. They have increased the fix the increasingly worse performance of the issues of train wrecks in that game. Yeah. Fortnite's having played enough of Fortnite to get some of the bonus pages from the previous previous battle pass. It sure is a game. Hello, fire. Oh, fuck me. That's right. You... Fuck. Great. More of this bullshit. No. Weird how every single patch last season just made the game run worse. So I've accepted that Fortnite is a thing I will never get into, but I do appreciate some of the character designs. That's more or less what I've decided. I have enough. Like, I have enough of the like ooh cute skins for if I ever do get bullied into playing it by my friends, but it's probably just not. I'm just not the intended audience. Oh, fuck me. Oh, come on. This boss fight is, like, genuinely quite difficult, largely because of the controls. Okay, that one, I'm gonna challenge that one. I was not enraged to get hit by that attack. It's Martin Day, you legally have to. It is, in fact, the Day of the Martins. Alright, ice attack is a little nonsense. If it isn't my fucking nemesis, Stone. Oh, fuck off! Alright. Oh, fuck off. It was invincible, so I couldn't bonk it, because it immediately... That was before it transformed after I jumped. Not a fan of a game with bad sensitivity. I played Modern Warfare 2019 because of how amazing the sensitivity is. Destiny 2 is incredibly frustrating because of the terrible sensitivity. Oh god. My two nemesises are fucking Bomb and Rock. Everything else is fine. It's just these two power-ups can... Miracle Matter can eat a dick. Yes, we are PJ Salting. I shouldn't have gotten hit there. Oh, fuck off.
You know what? Okay, you know, Summon Borb. Summon Borb is correct. We're retrying. I took so many hits early on. Oh, the controls. Oh, fuck me. That one asked me to solve the Da Vinci Code. Goddamn.
I installed the Da Vinci Code of how to dodge this shit. Wobbly voice, exactly. Wobble the voice. I hate it here. Okay, there was just nothing I could do to hit him because he was too high up. Antimatter low-key, very, unironically, a very difficult boss. Oh, come on. If I can get Bomb and Stone, then the rest of them should be relatively easy. Fuck it! That's twice that's happened now. Time everyone sometimes uses shut board starts their response says I'm in hell or the equivalent. Okay. We're doing all right. We're doing all right so far. We haven't seen Stone yet, which makes me nervous. Oh, well, not quite. Oh, well, fuck me. All right, here we are. It's my fucking sleep paralysis demon. Nope. Okay, we just got like Stone. I think it's just Stone. Oh, thank God. Fuck you. Fuck you, Miracle Matter. Alright, this is the only Kirby boss require you to not have a power-up. You can damage him with the power-ups associated with each of the specific forms. The issue is it's just not fucking worth it because they don't do any damage against the other forms. Alright. So, by getting all of the crystal shards, we discover the evil was inside the princess all along. Oh, that's right. I forgot Kirby just has a fucking phone. All right, let's go kill God. Wait, excuse me? There's more? I thought we just Kirby is calling the police. Kirby sees all of our sins, and Kirby judges us deeply. Kirby is calling the police. You know, that's probably a good raid message. Hi, please, Maximum Tomato. Bless you. Oh, Madeline, you absolute legend. Kirby inhaled a white woman. This reminds me of Subspace. Now we get the power of Fairy Crystal. Oh, fuck me. So anyways, yeah, this is, welcome to, zero, is this zero? This is 01 or 02, I can't remember. So anyways, yeah, we're fighting God. 02? I think so. I think 01 was the Dreamlands one. Oh, those are some active. Oh, that's right. Wants to be like, stop hitting me in the eye. Stop being eye-shaped, idiot. Exactly. We found them, the Eye of Selena. Wait, can I hit your... Yes, I can. Oh, fuck. This is like some biblically accurate Angel shit. Mind you, this was in 1996. This game came out in 1996. This game is intended for children. Are you actually moving in 3D around the boss? I have actually no way of telling. Oh, we died and got cast into the void. I'm low-key, like, I would expect there to be more like, I don't necessarily know that this, I feel like we need to get like a fucking, like, with a boss looking like this, it needs to be like a fucking Sephiroth style, like, we need to get a choir in here, we need to get like a fucking pipe organ. I feel like this music doesn't quite live up to this, how fucking weird this boss is. Kirby goes from cute to cosmic horror in a hurry. It really does. Belial, Behemoth, Beelzebub, Asmodeus, Santanus, Lucifer. Like, for sure. Like, get the fucking, break out the Latin, break out the pipe organ. We're gonna fucking we're gonna like hit the shit with fugue in D minor. Like, okay, hold up. Actually, let me go ahead and fucking we're doing a thing real quick. I'm proving a point. Hold up. Final Fantasy 7. It's 7 or 6. Mad. Dancing Mad. Isn't this continue? Like this feels more correct for the shit we're dealing with. Not Dancing Bad. It's just the correct, like, it's the correct music for shit like this. Time for Kefka. Kefka doesn't have shit on 02. All right. I kind of disagree. The somber track fits this more. We killed God. We did, in fact, kill God. But it's also just like if there's one thing I really associate with Kirby, it's syncopated melodies. And Kefka's Dancing Mad has that a little bit more than the one we get for 02. While still remaining in the very, like, angelic, like, what the fuck are we fighting? Did you show the alternate cutscene for not getting all the shards? I did not. It's so hard to kill God when it's not so hard to kill God when you are a pink hungry God. You know, that's fair. Same with the Stress Cats. This took 30 fucking minutes, or this took an hour and a half. Kirby with human eyes is horrifying. I don't like that thought. I feel like Battle at the Big Bridge would work better for Kirby bosses. This is a jam though.
What does this button do? Please, please.
Thank you for the celebratory button press, Soaking Bunny. I don't know which one you did though. Oh god, the bear. You can't keep releasing the bear. Do you know how expensive it is to replace guards? We can't even warn him. The fucking radios only go one way. You know, it might be more cost efficient to make the two-way radios. I'll have to consider that. It would be cheaper than replacing the guards. So, what the fuck do we do now? This only took an hour and a half. I guess we could play some of the minigames. To be fair, this game actually has... If there's one thing about Kirby that I love, the minigames in Kirby games fucking slap. There are many things to love about... There are many things to love about the Kirby Potioncraft. Potioncraft is a potential backup. Potioncraft? Alright. But yeah, if there... Let me look through the minigames again, because like I remember the minigames from this game being really, really good. Start options, minigames. The 100-yard hop, bumper crop, Deckerboard chase. This is the one I was like. This is the one I remember being. This game is genius. They never brought it back. It's such a cool design. I just want to be like, yo, please. This is such a cool design for a minigame. Bomberman, who is she? I don't know her. It's like Bomberman, but more chaotic. Exactly. There's too much thinking in Bomberman. There should be no thoughts, head empty. I've killed them, smiles. All right, cool. I wanted to show that one off. I guess we will go ahead and switch over to Potioncraft and just chatting. Oh god, my entire setup. It's been a bit since this has happened. I usually like leave games with more time. That like it's been a bit since we've ended a game and then had to be like, oh well fuck, what do we do for the next hour and a half? But yeah, sure, Potioncraft, why not? Potion craft and vibe and just chatting. Any stories from the trip up north? I guess I can give like some of the quick and dirty. Mostly just the fact that when we went up north, like it so let it be said, it was vaguely in the Detroit area. Any pea stories? Well, come on in, Libra. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. And no pea stories. Actually, I probably shouldn't just say actually. Slight the plot. Thank you for the follow. Glad I really appreciate it. I probably shouldn't say actually and then not follow it up. But to explain this, I have to explain the original story I was just gonna tell. We drove up. So we drive up to no pea stories. I swear to fuck. We drive up to Michigan, which, you know, unfortunate. You know, my condolences for anyone who lives in Michigan. Well, come on in. Glad to have you here. Yeah. So we're in Michigan. Sigh. And as we arrive at the hotel, lo and behold, the fucking entirety of Michigan is out of power. No need for that. Listen, I'm allowed to complain about it because the hotel that we were staying at didn't have power, which means that I couldn't take a shower for 2 days. I just felt really gross and unpleasant. But so because of that, oh, whoopsies, wrong. Actually, I fucked up something on my monitor. Was there looting? No. Unfortunately not. You couldn't shower? Yeah, because there was no fucking hot water at this hotel. I live here, damn it. My condolences. I'm sorry, you have to live in Michigan. Yeah, like we were in that like Flint, Detroit area. Stinky burb. It wasn't even stinky. I just felt unpleasant because I had deodorant, and like I was able to wash like, you know, the parts that actually did get stinky with soap and water. But like, it's like, you know, not be able to wash my hair for 2 days. I felt fucking gross, you know? So, like, okay, so we get there. I was born in one of the states we don't talk about. Alabama, Missouri. So we get there, and like, you know, the power's out. Ohio, oh no, once again, my condolences. We had no power for a week because of one of those storms. Yeah, so we get to this hotel, and you know, before we even find out there's no power, like we find out there's no power, and we're like, okay, well, is there any hotel nearby that we can stay at that has power? And they're like, no, because all of the hotels nearby that have power are already booked full. Surprise, surprise. So we're like, well, fuck. Okay, fine. We're just gonna tough it. So like we get the cart, go get the stuff from our go get the stuff from our like go get the luggage from our car. And as we're coming back in, first of all, let me say, she is like there's this woman there. And she is probably in her like late 70s, early 80s. She is very old. And she, like, we're walking by and we're overhearing her. Like, you know, she's like, did you know this place doesn't have any power? And we're like, yes, we know. We heard the same thing. And she's like, how can that be? Like, is there nothing they can do to fix the power? And we're like, no. Like, lady, she works at a hotel. She's not the fucking power company. What do you want her? We didn't say this, but like she was like losing her mind because the hotel didn't have power. Which, like, fair. It sucks to stay at a hotel without power. I've done it, but also like, what do you know, like either like, you know, tank it or fuck off. It was a very big boomer energy. So we go upstairs to drop off our luggage, like after running into this lady and being like, yeah, we're just gonna tank it. We come back downstairs. I can't remember for what reason, And this lady is still fucking complaining at the concierge, who is trying her best to be like, yeah, there's really nothing we can do about it. Like, we are already using like the emergency backup generators. Like, the reason that the lights are on in the hotel like at all is because like we're already running on emergency power. And and this fucking woman is trying to like another family walked in to like stay at the hotel. And this woman is like trying to convince this family to complain alongside her. Like that's gonna make the situation any better. She's like trying to incite them to be like, have you ever heard of a hotel not having power? And it's like, yes, it happens. And then you kill the old lady, right? No, sadly not. Anyways, now for the story that apparently y'all wanted to hear about, the fucking piss. It's exclusively a joke. Like, it was literally a one-line joke where I was like, because me and my brother have been drinking, and I'm like, because there's no lights on even in the fucking bathroom, which seems like, you know, a safety hazard. Well, on that note, I'm gonna have to head out because I got some stuff to get up to set up. Piss, I swear to Christ. Have a wonderful evening, Draco. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. So the lights aren't on in the bathroom. So like we've been drinking. I have not had any water the entire day. Usually I hydrate quite well when I'm staying at home. So I always bring portable chargers. It's definitely convinced me to start bringing portable chargers to my fucking vacations. Thank you for the hydrate. But yeah, like I hadn't been drinking water all day because we were traveling. And so I just offhandedly mentioned my brother. It's like, it's like that DW meme of the like, this sign won't stop me. I can't pee. And I'm done with today already. I also like drinking portable chargers. God, what is fucking wrong with my brain? I bring portable chargers. All right, Protogen. I'm gonna lose my mind. Anyways, so I'm like, it's a DW meme of the like, this sign can't stop me, I can't read. But it was me being like, I can't see what color this pee is, therefore it can't hurt me. Don't knock it until you try it. I feel like it's probably not in your best interest to drink batteries. I can't imagine that will end well, and basically the battery acid in the charges really clears up the throat. I'll try it when I can stomach it. Okay, sleep potion. Girl wants a sleep potion. Here's your knockout juice. But yeah, that's basically the only story from the vacation I'm willing to tell, because the rest of it was just like, eh. Never said it was compatible with life, did I? Did you know 1 gram of uranium-235 has like 1 billion calories in it? If you eat it, it will keep you energized for the rest of your life. It's technically not wrong. There's gonna be a subreddit for that's like well, yes, but actually no. Like technically correct, but like not the right. It's the letter of the law, but not the spirit. Anyways, potion craft. I don't know. Need a fire potion. All right. It's been a bit since we played this. I guess it is a vibe game. The amount of people I'm like, are technically the truth exists already? Okay. The amount of people I'm like, what do we do next? And it's like 5 different people are like, potion craft. I'm like, all right, sure. So anyways, anyone have any fun plans for the weekend? My weekend is going to be me melting into a puddle, and then trying to recover from like not being an adult for these last few weekends. Don't think my enemies... I think I hit my... Okay, rage potion. Same here. What do you mean? Is that not what you want? I don't think I hit my enemies hard enough to give a potion that will make me hit enemies harder. Is this... Oh, strength potion. Probably draw a bit more. My new art kit got here today. Drawing and working. Rest since starting second job. Oof. Yeah, I haven't had a weekend off since like mid to late January, so I've been putting off a lot of like being an adult, and I have to start facing the things that I've done, like probably do my taxes at some point, which I'm not looking forward to. The taxes. They're mostly it's just like finding a couple of hours. Excuse me. Oh, it's not flight, it's speed. Kick, swiftness, ice, dexterity, magic. Dexterity, magic. Magic, ice, dexterity. I can't. Pokemon in, yeah, I think you're being. I really appreciate it. This isn't Puyo. Oh, you're right. I do have to. I never updated the game. We finished Puyo by killing an angelic deity. This is Potion Craft. I asked what people wanted to see after, and they're like, Potion Craft. I'm like, okay, sure, whatever. I've been scammed. Ah. I was the criminal. I did post a Cyberpunk all for my main Sony or art channel. Ooh. Damn, she wants blood. We killed God. Oh yeah, does your Sona shit its horns or antlers? Interesting. That's a good question. Why can't the US just give us taxes like bills in other countries? I get tax companies, but fuck. Yeah, I mean, the answer is literally tax companies. Tax companies exist to perpetuate themselves by like using the money that they... like using the money they make off of people not wanting to do their own taxes to lobby for more complex taxes so people can't do their own taxes. It's fucked, ain't it? Taxes are dumb. Well, the concept of taxes makes sense. I'm not one of those people who's like, the taxes are the government stealing my money. I do wish that they would go to like actually like useful projects and resources instead of the military, but like, you know, that's whatever. You know, actually fund schools and shit. Kirby called the police and then got a gun and killed God. That is basically the ending of Kirby 64 and the Crystal Shards. Hey, Zero Two. To be fair, like I mentioned earlier, the Kirby anime, Kirby does canonically just get a gun and start blasting. Lottery is basically a scam too. The lottery is a tax on people who don't know math. Like that is what the lottery exists to do. Is a tax for people who do not understand math. And to be fair, it does that job quite well. Like, I'm not gonna complain. Oh, there we go. Well, the lottery taxes you a lot, but you still get a huge sum of money. Yeah, well, okay, but like also you're never making that money. The expected you are, because at some point it becomes statistical analysis. Like you are always going, you're not going to make money off the lottery, and like it's the lottery is a tax on people who never took statistics and probability. Oh, fuck me. There's also the abusable lottery system, which were done in silly states that can't do math. That's funny. If the lottery system actually, like, Oh, I guess there was that story about like the guy who was like, yeah, it's like at some point it just became economically viable to buy every number. And he's just like, yeah, I just purchased one of every number and I got like $1,000 out of it. I once read somewhere that you have a better chance of if you put every woman's name in America on a separate piece of paper, pulling your mother's name out. That sounds about right. You get 40% of actual jackpots at most. Yeah, that's fair because of winnings taxes, which is kind of ironic. And like further, it's like, yeah, okay, the only people who like lotteries are just a tax on people who don't know statistics. The law of large numbers. That's, yeah, the law of large numbers is that like eventual like to like I hate the law of large numbers because it's 40% of hundreds of dollars, $1 million is still hella money. The law of large numbers is that the idea that like a 1 in a million, like a day going by without a 1 in a million probability event happening is like 1 in several trillion. But that's because there are constantly 1 in a million things happening that are unrelated to each other. Like the thing with it is that like people seem to be under like the implication, it's like gambler's fallacy. The idea that like once like you're due for a hit, but like brought to a logical extreme of like, oh well, you know, the probability that someone doesn't win the lottery is like 1 in a billion. Like, okay, well, congratulations, but doesn't mean that you're going to be the one to win it because the like no, it's an independent event. Bayes is fucking spinning in his grave. All the stories of people blowing all their money and being worse off than they started. Yeah, that's the thing with the lottery. A lot of times it ends up being more of a curse than a blessing, mostly because people don't know finances. 1 in 308 million for Powerball. Yeah, that's not great odds. Okay, so we start at swiftness. And then what do we get? We're going for dexterity 2. Where's dexterity 2? Where's dexterity? Okay. Knowledge of finances is unfortunately something you're taught if you already... I think you're only taught if you already have finances. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those like rich get richer situations. Where it's like, it's stuff that you need to know, but like no one's gonna... Like, unless you already have the thing that you, like, need. Like, unless you already have wealth, you're not gonna really benefit from... Like, you're not gonna be taught about it. Thereby another way to widen the economic gap. That's why we feed the rich the guillotines. The guillotines are hungry. It's been a bit. This is a joke. This is a joke for comedy purposes. Don't kill the rich. Just tax all their money away from them until they aren't rich anymore. There was actually a thing I saw on Twitter that I thought was really, really fascinating about how fucking bad Americans are at estimating things. There was, like, it was like, you know, what percentage of XY, like, you know, like, what people think the, like, percentage is versus, like, what the actual percentage is. The average American thinks that 20% of the fucking population makes more than $1 million a year. Can we talk about how fucking astounding that statistic is? Like, or not the average American, the average household makes $1 million a year. When I saw that, my fucking mind was blown, because I'm like, there's no way. With that, and then it was like trying to display the number, and it's like a rounding error. It was like 0%. A rounding error percent of people. I would say 100K, but not 1 million. I would think the average household, okay, so the average household is necessarily going to be equal parts single and family units. The average person is probably making 60K. So 60, yeah, my guess is probably the average household makes about 100K annually, but that might even be highballing it. Like that's probably about 50%, which is I guess where you're looking at. Welcome on in, Tails. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. I could possibly get my mother, a CPA certified tax accountant, to go on stream and answer chat questions. Interesting. I don't use the phantom skirt like at all. Yeah, the other funny statistic was like 20% of people are trans. It's like, what? Excuse you? Those two are the funniest to me because it simultaneously it's like, what fucking reality do some of these people live in? God damn. 1 in 5 people. Oh, stream, so I would have to be on someone else's stream. Like, that's the thing. I wish 20% of people were trans. Like, I look at that statistic and I'm like, if you phrase this differently, like, I feel like it's just fundamentally humans, like, the average American is just bad at math. Because, like, I feel like if you rephrased it as, like, do you think 1 in 5 people are trans? The answer is clearly no. But then you have, I wonder how much of like that's being skewed. It's probably like a bimorphic pool, let's be honest. I feel like any statistical analysis at this point is just necessarily bimorphic because of how weirdly polarized reality is right now. 2021's median household income in the US was $45,760. Yeah, that seems about right. Question is what the average, so okay, so because it's a right tail distribution, the average is going to be higher. It's a lot lower than people think. Exactly. And I wonder if that's a pre or post tax amount. You're getting out this conversation has brought out the part of my brain that's like, ooh, statistical analysis. I think maybe 2 out of 80. I don't know. I admit I'm bad at math. Maybe 1 out of 200. I believe the stat it offered was 1% of people are trans. So yeah, 1 in 100 sounds about right. I think it's less than 1% of people are trans. Probably within a rounding error, because it didn't give like decimal points. Probably to not confuse the issue already. That Twitter post was fucking hysterical. Like it was simultaneously really depressing and really cool to like look at like how wide the gaps and expectations were. Wait, am I stupid? I'm stupid. I didn't fucking finish. I didn't add the level 2. Okay, fine. But yeah, it's like one of those things that's like, well, okay, this, you know, the statistics of it are like fascinating, but also, how did we get here? It's extremely what's his name? This guy.
Oh, hi, thanks for checking in. I'm still a piece of garbage.
Extremely that energy of the like, how did this happen? We love wide gaps in our expectations. Well, are you counting people who get surgery and are just self-reporting? I'm assuming it's people who identify as trans, which I think would necessarily, well, because it's weird because there's also like the idea that for example, I want to say agenderism falls under the trans, like the kind of trans umbrella. We have a weird media concept that the rich people are only lavishly rich, but we don't remember that the average American doesn't make much at all. So even my family actually falls in the high class category according to national averages.
You have no idea what it.
Bill works. That's it. Thank you, Chaos, for pressing the button. And
Now, Heavy will vomit down your throat.
I hope you're okay with Heavy vomiting down your throat. I'm not gonna help. I'm not gonna try and stop him. You kidding me? Like that's the thing. Like when I look at that statistic of like 45K annually, shit, I alone make more than that. What the fuck? What the fuck? How did this happen? I'm not gonna give specifics, but like, yeah, I just make more money than that a year. What the fuck? All right, Chaos is choosing to be Gremlin. We're gonna be here for a bit, I have a feeling.
Not.
Great.
Not. Not.
Silken Bunny, you can't nut stack behind the time loop anymore. I got rid of that functionality. Maybe I should bring it back. I don't know, I kind of miss it.
Not. 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 Not.
Oh, I know. Oh,
Not.
Darky fixed us trying to break his computer because you
Not.
literally kept crashing Mixed Up Bot.
Not.
Oh, I guess you can stack.
No.
You can stack Leo and then Nerds.
No.
You just can't stack Nut. Okay, with Silken Bunny, like this. Okay, well the voice is gonna come later, but you get the PNG now. I swear to God. Welcome on to Big Brantler. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. I'm bored for a moment. The voice will be coming later because Chad is deciding to go Gremlin mode right now. Help. 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 I require assistance.
Not.
Okay, Charm and Flying. Sure, why not? I'm in great pain.
Not.
All right, we're gonna be here for like. We're gonna be here for a hot minute, I'm sure. There's no helping you. It's too late. God. Why did I do this to myself? Why did I set up my stream like this? I had options. I had choices. I could have done other things. You've invited this upon yourself? You're right. It's all my fault. I did this. I only have myself to blame. You really are in the hell of your own making, huh? Yeah. It do be like that. Oh God in heaven. It just keeps going. You could have been a chill streamer. I really could have. The option was there. Good Lord, it's going. It keeps. How many was that?
40 fucking 6 iterations. The voice is here, by the way. Damn, so close. You were so close to setting the record.
Leo! God damn it! God damn it! God damn it! God
So
damn
I
it!
think what I'm hearing is that you guys don't want to hear me talk about statistical analysis anymore. Am I understanding you all right? Is the time for statistical analysis is over? That now is the time for action? Does it try to...
I need to remove that redeem. Please regale us with math. Like, I've threatened to do like a math lecture. Okay, now it's time to stop. I could do a math lecture. I could watch a fucking video about math and talk over it. Is this what you really want? Do it. All right, fucking bet. I don't think I won't. Frazzled Borp needs water. All right, hold up. Let me finish this potion, then we're gonna go put on a fucking math video. Question is which creator? I do like three blue, 1 brown. Their videos are always very fascinating. Um, okay, but I would actually enjoy that. Cool. Sure, why not? Is this how Papa ended up Millennium Prizes? Numberphile is a good channel. They do have a science and technology category. Okay, sure, why not? We'll turn this into a math stream. Why not? I'm just going to finish up this potion. I must gain smartness. All right, this is albedo number 3. Save recipe, finish potion. Stick this in here, make albedo real quick. And then we will watch a video on mathematics, I guess. Is this... Oh, fuck. Anyways, yeah, I'll go ahead and... Physics are nice, bite-sized. Or deal with math daily. Okay, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick, and we'll fucking watch math, I guess. All right, be right back. All right, I've returned. The question is, what's do we want to do? Math, physics, or chemistry? I'm making a poll for this. Video type math, physics, chemistry, because these are my particular 3 strong interests. Third poll, physics. All right. All 3. Let me go ahead and open up a new window so that way I can. Why is? All right. It looks like chemistry is leading. Let's watch a Nile Red. Or we can watch extractions in ire. We can watch the cubane synthesis. Assuming something like Nile Red for chemistry. Welcome back, Werewolf. Oh no. What's the oh no? Oh god, wait, no, that's right. Yao is an actual chemist. Yao's gonna be in pain this entire time. All right. Let's see, where are we at? He's got a playlist for this. Also, I need to figure out how to put, it's not display capture, window capture. Oh god. Attractions and ire, okay. Wow, wait, since you're a chemist, you can recommend channels? Oh no. I'm actually not a chemist. In terms of classical training, I'm only technically a computer scientist, which is more math focused than actual science, although it does have a lot of statistical analysis. Window capture. Say hello to Pain Incarnate. Extractions in Ire is a very Australian guy who makes various chemicals out of just what is functionally a meth lab.
Welcome back, welcome back. We're starting another project here. If you've been watching this channel for a while, you
I
know
don't
I
recommend
like
channels
starting
because I do this for
projects,
real, so I don't
and
have to
I've started
watch
a lot more
anyone.
projects than I finished because, well,
Okay, so to explain, Extractions and I are extremely Australian man who just this is his lab. This is where he does his chemical stuff.
I mean, why solve your problems when you can just create new ones?
Oh my, not the fucking button press.
Please, please, do not push the button. You have no
What button
idea
even is
what
this? Oh, it's a jam. It's a remix time. Get the jams out.
If only there was an easier way.
New kitchen.
Also, that woman is dead.
Sparkles like new. Yeah, all clean again. Sparkles like new. I love you, kitchen gun. Just 3 shots from kitchen gun. Say goodbye. Yeah, all clean again. Sparkles like new.
All right. Oh, I guess to be fair, like, so my chemistry experience at this point is exclusively just high school AP chemistry. Isn't Kitchen Gun Guy Australian? The fucking buttons, no. Also, welcome on in, Keyblade Hero. Keyblade, glad to have you here. I really appreciate it. If you get shot with a kitchen gun, would your wound be cleaner? Would you still bleed?
As intricate and precise as a well-played game of chess.
Also, apparently Cubane is infamously difficult to synthesize.
As you guessed from the title, and some of you
also
guessed...
it is organic chemistry, which means it's likely to turn into to just black soot because it's gonna react weirdly and not in the way you expect.
From the previous video where I mentioned there may have been a new project starting, we're trying to make Cubane. More specifically here, we're trying to make this molecule up here, which I've drawn terribly. I've drawn all this terribly. Cubane 1,4-dicarboxylate. So the
okay. Cubane is I remember anes are ethyl groups. Hold up, let me remind myself of the naming conventions. Yao is gonna be fucking spinning. Yao's approaching my location as we speak. I'm gonna say the ane suffix is associated with the ethyls. Let me look real quick. Chemistry ane suffix. Forms name of organic compounds where the CC groups. There's saturated hydrocarbons. Yeah, I was coming. Oh yeah, I swear to fuck. Okay, yeah, but what family are they? Is it just saturated hydrocarbons? Thanks. That's very useful. I'm glad there's only a single bond in the carbon chain. Okay.
Cubane with those two carboxylate groups on the either side of them. That's our end target molecule.
So no
for
double or
this
triple bonds.
synthesis.
Okay.
That's what we're trying to do. I might switch over to the other camera because people enjoy the other camera more than my hand waving in front
welcome
of the camera
to
all the
Cubane.
time.
You're
So
trying to
before we
make
dive into the synthetic plan,
with
I think
chemicals.
It should be asked, why are we making
Welcome
this?
to hell.
Well, very quickly, it's very nice.
Go and actually
people
turn
like
the
making
volume
the
a little bit
Cubane without the carboxylate.
Is this what it's like to be
groups on it,
Popnut?
because
Just watching
it's a
videos
very
and
cool molecule to look at. People thought it was impossible to make a molecule like this until
I love this guy.
in the 1960s, of course.
Wait, this was the 1960s?
Really
no, stop.
Can really synthetically
that was the. Oh wait, no, that was the Bikini Atoll. Oh fuck.
And actually make
okay,
it
no, that reminds me of Just Chatting Streamer. Let's go. Actually, I should probably change the category to Just Chatting. Hold up. Is it Just Chatting or Science and Tech? Science and Technology. Sure, why not? Okay. So, fun fact, this because I feel like being a Just Chatting streamer is just following every line of consciousness. We're gonna talk about the fucking Demon Core because this is actually a little bit closer to what I was trained for in college. Okay, so look at this fucking thing. It's this very statistically hindered synthesis. I expect a low quantity. As a heads up, as a warning, the fucking the Cubane synthesis is at part 14, and we've only just hit the UV synthesis part of it, which is where the lowest yield happens, and I don't know if we've even gotten past that. Anyways, oh, I know this. You'll have a screwdriver. Science Burb doing science. Yes, we are actually sciencing in this stream, not the Demon Core. So I feel like everyone here is aware of the Demon Core. So this is a barely subcritical, like the radiation screwdriver. It's a barely subcritical massive plutonium. This was originally going to be, this isn't a Kirby stream where Kirby, we killed God, so now we're going to be killing God, but did we distill Kirby? This is finished Kirby. Gotta show the elephant's foot too. So this was originally going to be the third nuclear bomb we were, oh my god. Well, come on.
Sweet semen of baby
Oh god.
Get yourself a dragonite!
Jesus. Yeah, so this is it's still so loud. Oh my god. Why is it so loud? Ooh, double feature. So anyways, if I'm allowed to speak, this is a barely subcritical massive I want to say plutonium. They said it was plutonium. This was originally going to be the third nuclear bomb we ever made. But it ended up being shelved after the first two did the job in Japan. And this has been involved with multiple fucking incidences of like super critical, like super criticality. Let's watch a Kyle Hill HLH video. What's an HLH video? Hold up. This is you're gonna learn in real time why I have so many fucking tabs open. HLH. Kyle Hill HLH. Half-Life histories. Because the scientists were dumb? Yeah, okay. Finishing the Demon Core story. Basically, two different, like, so this is barely subcritical, and one of the ways you can make it critical is by actually fully covering it with a shielding that keeps the neutrons trapped inside so they react more. And the idea being that, like, there's like supposed to be standoffs that prevent the thing from closing, but these dipshit scientists were like playing fast and loose with the rules. So instead of using standoffs, they used a fucking screwdriver to like prop it open. And well, to be fair, I think only the second time I did the screwdriver, but there was another incident earlier where the same thing happened, where the thing
closed and it became a super critical mass. Okay, yeah, sure, we're gonna be the board for this. Safety first, you can't science more if you're dead. Exactly. And so because it closed, this became a critical mass, which means it started fucking reacting. And both times it happened, the scientists were in close enough proximity to it that when they opened it up to stop it from exploding, they got a lethal dose of nuclear radiation. So, don't fuck with the Demon Core. Don't do it.
Anyways.
December 2nd, 2001.
We got distracted. Let's talk about more nuclear.
In Leah, a village in the European country of Georgia. 50 kilometers to the east.
He yelled at all the people to stand still.
He
yelled at the people to stand still. Like if you stand still, the radiation won't see you. Their detection is based off of movement. Tickling the dragon. Oh my god, he didn't. Okay, hold up. First, core assembled was designed to be at -5 cents. The scientist was really smart. He was cocky and only used a screwdriver. The guy near the Demon Core was the Hawaiian shirts and shorts. When he closed this core, he made everyone write down their exact location to calculate. Oh, that makes sense. That makes more sense.
Impassable mountain road.
It makes more sense that they would be like, okay, because it's an exponential. It's some order of exponential decay, I'm sure.
3 men were out searching for firewood. It was getting dark when they happened across a bizarre sight. 2 small cylinders that, despite the snowfall, were perfectly uncovered.
What?
In fact,
no, that's a fucking warning sign. Stop! No! Oh no! Oh, to be fair, I didn't think. I guess it makes sense that that's okay. So this makes some amount of sense. One thing about water is that it's really, really good at catching radiation. The point, Starkey's already morbing. Oh yeah, no, that's already fucking awful. I didn't want to hear that sentence. So water is really, really good at stopping radiation. To the point where like, There's an XKCD like what if, which is like how far, like, you know, because we store nuclear waste in like really deep pools. Basically, it's like how deep do you have to go into the pool before it becomes a problem? And you are you are about halfway into how deep the pool is. You are experiencing less radiation than you are just from being above the water because of how good water is at stopping radiation. The reason there's no fucking ice or snow on these things is probably because they are absorbing radiation and melting. Decays in strength by the square of the distance. Exactly. Do you just hate it when you find random radioactive components out in the wood? There has to be like
Each container
who put these here?
was a circle of soggy ground that was steaming.
It
was.
Why did? Okay, please tell me that they just report it and they don't bother to actually fucking interact with these things directly.
Too late to turn back, so they decided to spend the night in the forest, using these curious objects as personal heaters.
Oh no! Oh god! Oh. Oh. Okay. Death? Yeah, they just killed themselves, basically. Because the thing you have to know with radiation is that there's more or less an acceptable amount of radiation that can occur over a period of time. Because there is radiation around us constantly. Yes, a personal heater for your fucking atoms. I was standing over a nuclear reactor for an experiment, and the technician was telling me that I could probably swim down to about 5 feet to the core before radiation damage. Yeah, that seems about right. Can we send radiation to space? We already have, actually. It's just it hasn't been ionizing radiation. For example, if you count light is a form of radiation. But even outside of that, there's like, you know, radio waves, which are literal radiation that we've set off the planet. Admittedly, it's going to be so scattered that there's zero chance that anything is going to find it because it's not like specifically targeted. But yeah, we've already technically sent radiation into space. I got distracted what we're talking about. Oh yeah. How radioactivity is measured. Because there's two measurements. One is for like how much radiation is so there's like sieverts. Nuke the moon so Groot can't steal it. Sieverts, I think. Sieverts. Here we go. Also, remember, the regular people can't tell a lot of this stuff, and I also doubt most of you will be able to recognize unmarked radioactive equipment. That's fair. Why is it there, I guess, is my question at this point. Is a unit of international... It's basically, like, is intended to represent the stochastic health risk of ionizing radiation. So the thing with radiation is that it's basically always impacting the planet because of the sun. So at some point we have to recognize, like, you know, there's an acceptable and unacceptable amount of radiation. And sieverts are actually a unit over more or less over time, because it's like, you know, biological, like DNA damage being caused by ionizing radiation. So a sievert over a lifetime is probably like an expected amount of radiation. If you receive a sievert of radiation in an hour, you are dead. I'm to see if Starkey can get Starkey talking about the Therac 25. We use gray for radiation absorption. Okay. So sievert is the is like the radiation output, and then gray radiation unit. That you know what time it is. Welcome on in, Hector. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. It's science time. The object is strangely warm. I think there should be a warning sign to it. A gray is a unit of ionizing radiation dose in the defined as the absorption of 1 joule radiation per. Okay, so grays are an object's ability to absorb radiation. Sievert is how much damage your body is taking from radiation. The Therac 25 is an interesting. Kyle also did a video on that. Oh god, we're never gonna make it to this video. How does Papa finish a single fucking video ever? This is increasingly, I'm like, I'm getting so distracted. Oh god.
Soon afterwards.
But yeah, like, I feel like if you saw something that was warm, step up your game, ADHD bird. He doesn't. Answer is he doesn't. Okay, fair enough. I feel like if you're in the middle of someplace cold and something is inexplicably warm, it's probably a warning sign that something's fucked up. Those videos are less involved. That's
Three
also
men
fair.
would end up in hospitals for up to 2 years, and one man never left. This is the true story of the radiological accident in Leah, Georgia.
Why are they there though? Who put these radio things here? Like radioactive components here? 17th video in the series Half-Life Histories by Kyle Hill. Invisible Fire.
In the early 1980s, the country of Georgia was well on its way to producing the vast majority of its electricity via hydroelectric dams. The Codoni Dam was under construction.
Okay, actually, let me go ahead and look up real quick. Georgia water distribution, water tables. No, Georgia water tables. Probably gonna be a little bit involved. No, not the state, the country. Probably the USSR. That's fair. Stop giving me. Okay, we're not gonna fucking find it. Let's be honest with ourselves. Don't question
waiting to be connected by radio relay stations
part of the world.
to the Nguri Dam, a few dozen kilometers away.
It's like, yeah, you don't die from capitalism, but you die from random radioactive components out in the wild. Look up Sakartvelo for the country of Georgia. Okay, that's Sakartvelo. Sakartvelo, water tables. Waterways, probably. List of river Georges. Okay, this makes a little bit more sense. It's actually a really, really river dense country. Because I'm looking at this and like there's a lot of rivers. Because the idea of a country running exclusively off of hydroelectric is bizarre here in America, but it makes sense that if Georgia does have this many rivers, they could pretty easily
This remote
do it.
effort wouldn't have any reliable access to electricity. So in 1983, the Soviet Union, of which Georgia was a member, manufactured 8 radioisotope thermoelectric generators, or RTGs, vessels that carry extremely radioactive sources that can generate electricity through radioactive decay alone. These were to power the remote relay stations.
Okay.
But before the RTGs could be installed, Georgian independence and the fall of the Soviet Union intervened. The Codoni...
Oh, God. Oh, that's a scary thought. That's a very, very scary thought. The idea that like a political overthrowing of just about any country with nuclear weapons could go this poorly with them being undocumented. Oh, I don't like that.
The Codoni Dam was temporarily abandoned, as were the 8 sources of incredible radiation. Of the 8 Soviet RTGs, 2 are lost to this day. 2 were recovered in 1998 without incident.
Wait,
2 more.
Hold up. No, 2 of them are still fucking lost? How does this happen? Like, I get that you know, it's a time of political political turmoil and unrest. Who fucking steals an RTG? Can't have shit in Georgia. What do you mean? This is horrifying.
In 1999, again, safely. The remaining 2 RTGs were found in
Soviet Russia was
2001,
created, people grabbed them
not
because
by
power.
soldiers
Okay,
or
that's
specialists,
fair.
but by 3 men looking to stay warm in the snow-covered forests 50 kilometers east
these are
Leah.
the 2 that were unrecovered are the ones that they found.
December 2nd,
Nuclear
2001.
devices.
3 Leah men were driving their truck in mountainous terrain made nearly impassable by snowfall.
You
Near
get
the
scared
end
by
of
the
the day,
monsters under your
their
bed?
quest
No,
for
I got scared by
firewood
the
had
lost
led them to
RTGs.
something out of place.
Pokemon in Chaos, thank you for
2
your
metal
Welcome
cylinders laying on the
back.
path in front of them. Unlike the surrounding woods, the ground around these cylinders was snow-free and steaming. Whatever
found
was
without
creating the
incidents.
steam
Okay.
and the heat was invisible. It was around 6 p.m., and it was getting dark.
That should be a warning sign.
Rather than make the many-hour trek back to Leah,
You have never been... 2 are still lost? How are 2 of them lost? Where the fuck do... How? Like, actually, how?
the 3 men decided to make camp in the forest
I'm
and
peeking the
use
fuck
the
out of Mike,
curious
I'm sorry.
cylinders as personal heaters to make it through what would be a frigid night. One man picked up a cylinder and dropped it immediately. It was too hot to touch and confusingly heavy for its small size.
Oh my...
Instead of abandoning the abandoned devices, the men fashioned a thick wire into something that could move the cylinders
fair.
without touching
But to have availed to start this channel so I
them,
can science
drag
history
them to
more.
a rocky outcrop that would serve as camp.
It makes sense that if the like they just don't have the resources to go find these things.
The
but
next
also,
few hours were uneventful. The men ate dinner and drank vodka, their backs to and touching the Soviet RTGs, still radiating what was to them an unexplainable but beneficial amount of heat. 3 hours later, they all started vomiting.
Yeah,
Their
that'll do
stomachs,
it.
combined with nausea, dizziness, and headaches, would make for a terrible night's sleep.
So the reason is because if you actually like look at like the like stereotype of like, oh, cockroaches are going to be able to survive the nuclear apocalypse, the main reason for that is because they're simpler creatures. Like cockroaches cockroaches don't have the squishy organs that we do that are really, really good at receiving radiation. Like, and that's part of why like you actually have to like really turn up the radiation before you start killing bugs. Like, as opposed to humans, where like because of like, you know, our stomach and our heart, it's like a lot of water, so it just receives that radiation really, really well.
The next morning, they were exhausted and loaded up only half the firewood they had gathered into their truck.
If you hate this, don't ever look up Agent Orange.
Still not
I have no
concerned
plans
with
on
the
ever
invisible
looking up
heat from
Agent
the
Orange.
cylinder.
I just know it is a horrifying thing the US government did.
Two of the men made holders to carry them on their backs for hours as they worked.
Ooh.
But the men eventually decided to leave the cylinders behind.
Also, you ever heard about the dogs of Chernobyl? I'm aware that the Chernobyl government had to be like, hey, stop petting the irradiated puppies at Chernobyl.
They navigated the treacherous roads and returned home to Leah. Their symptoms persisted for days, but the men told no one. It wasn't until 3 weeks later, on the 22nd of December, that their families told the local police about their declining conditions. All three men were hospitalized the same day.
Like, okay, but why didn't they go? I guess probably because it's you know, going to the hospital is expensive, but also like you're throwing a lot of shit up in the air, my guy. Like, it's the probability of running to something that is inexplicably warm. Like, you can't explain it. I don't know. That's probably like also an education issue. They probably aren't aware of how radiation even works. Puppies are so cute and they glow at night.
A radioisotope thermoelectric
That's very
generator
appealing,
is
I'm
a
not gonna lie.
relatively simple piece of nuclear technology. It only needs two things: a source of radioactivity like plutonium, and a way to turn decay heat
If I get bitten
into
by one of them,
electricity.
like turn into a werewolf. You'll
Invented
turn
in
into probably a
1954,
corpse, let's
an
be honest with
RTG
ourselves.
uses technology called a thermocouple that, with a difference in temperature across it, generates electricity.
Okay.
It's not a lot of power, but with no moving parts and long fuel half-lives, RTGs are perfect for remote or extreme environments that only need small outputs for very long periods of time.
Yeah, it's like a utility cost. It's you're not going to get much power from this very quickly, but it's just going to last forever, basically.
Most RTGs are on spacecraft or in remote areas like the Arctic. The Soviet Union used RTGs filled with strontium-90 to power uncrewed lighthouses and navigational beacons all across its territory.
Yeah, that makes sense, because you
But
wouldn't
when the
want
Union
to have
collapsed in
someone
1990,
you wouldn't want to have someone go out to like every lighthouse and like power it up. You just want to like it's just like set it and forget it, basically.
It left behind approximately 1,000 RTGs, most without protection or warning signs.
God.
Many of them.
Also, no positive science story when you hear it. I'm beginning to realize how easy it is to fall into the. It's been a half an hour since we started just chatting, and we've watched between this. It's fucking 7 minutes of
Still
video.
unaccounted
How did
for
this happen?
today. A little over a year after the cylinders were first discovered, while the anonymous men were still being treated in hospitals, the International Atomic Energy Agency answered the Georgian government's request for help in recovering what were now
I'm glad this agency exists for situations like this one.
known to be two abandoned Soviet RTGs. And they got everything on video. This incredible footage, shot by the IAEA in 2002, captures the training that prepared the participants for recovery, the recovery of the RTGs, and the medical consequences of using strontium-90 as a personal space heater. Most stories like this are never shown in this detail publicly, so consider the footage throughout the rest of this video invaluable in both its rarity and its ability to show you how to successfully deal with a radiological incident and its aftermath.
It makes sense that they probably wouldn't want this knowledge. Like this knowledge probably would. It's because it's specific that it wouldn't end up necessarily being released to the public a whole lot.
January 2002.
And also, like
the IAEA.
The last thing we need is fucking Johnny Dipshit trying to make something radioactive in his apartment. There was a story of a kid who was like he was a Boy Scout and he was trying to create a radioactive. He was like trying to create a fucking like a nuclear generator in his backyard, and the fucking like the environment, the EPA or something had to get involved and be like, hey, stop. And to be fair, I think he ended up dying from like radiation poisoning, but it was really, really weird. They did a whole paper on the IAEA, but honestly the paper was on Iran and nuclear non-proliferation. That is very fair.
Examine the overexposed wood gatherers and come up with a plan.
Okay, so
build a special 5.5-ton lead transport container to hold the two radioactive sources. Manufacture tools specific for the operation and its location. Adapt an old army truck to move the special container, and train 26 individuals and 26 backups in the proper recovery of radioactive sources. This training would be critical, as the RTGs and the strontium-90 inside were so hot that no individual would be allowed to spend more than 40 seconds near them during the entire mission. This was non-negotiable.
This comes back to what I was talking about earlier. This idea that like the radiation is something that happens over time, and that like, oh god, so LD50 as a normal Boy Scout activities. I have a friend who created blueprints on how to make a hydrogen collider in his garage. Oh my god, are the Boy Scouts of America okay?
5 sieverts brings with it a 50% chance of death.
Wait, is sieverts a unit that is already over time? Hold up. Sieverts. What's this unit? SI base unit, meter squared per second squared. Okay, so it already is a factor of time.
Radiation emitted at the surface of the sources was almost 5 sieverts per hour.
Ooh. Yeah, that's a problem. Because so one of the things that's also scary about radiation is because radiation is like constantly around us. Even if like let's say that these people spent an hour around. Boy Scout died of an overdose, not the nuclear breeder reactor he almost created. Name is David Hahn. Interesting. The Boy Scouts of America is a paramilitary organization. Not surprised. Ugh. So the scary thing about radiation and why it's like so easy to make mistakes like
brings
this.
with it a 50%.
So the way LD50 works, LD50 is short for lethal dose 50%, basically. The amount of something that would kill 50% of the population. So 5 sieverts of radiation would kill about half of people.
Chance of death.
Like there's a 50% chance
the radiation
that after being experienced to 5 sieverts of radiation, you will die.
Emitted at the surface of the sources was almost.
Okay, so you have 4.6 sieverts per hour. When Starkey speaks nerd, it's super hot. Oh my god. So 4.6 sieverts per hour. You're like, okay, so that means that they can spend an hour with it and still be below the LD50. But that's not really how it works, because the LD50 is like most things that are statistical based on a bell curve. So let me go ahead and pull the bell curve to kind of to show an example. So an LD50 is basically saying it's like, hey, this is a normal distribution of how likely you are to die based on how much radiation you've given. At 5 sieverts of radiation, you are about here. I think is when people talk about things they're passionate about. At 5 sieverts, you're at the 50% value. Everyone like below this mark is dead. because of, because it's kind of necessarily statistical. The thing is, at 4.6 sieverts, you're still at risk of dying. You're just not 50% chance of dying. You're probably closer to like 30%. So A, you don't want to spend an hour around this thing, and B, because the sieverts stick with you for a little while. You're not like the sievert, like, radiation doesn't just go away the instant you're removed from a source of it. It like has, it's still affecting your DNA, and your body has to kind of like process that and go through apoptosis, which is controlled cell death. It's one of the major ways in which certain species are better at dealing with cancer than humans. Sievert is a dosage unit, joule of radiation per kilogram of material. Okay. Okay, so there is no time. Thank you for checking for that. Thank you for checking that. Yeah, I actually really do appreciate that. So like, see, if you have, I guess it makes sense that this would be given in sieverts per hour then, because it's a unit. So at 4.6 sieverts per hour, you have, like, let's say a 30% chance of dying. But after you're removed from that source of radiation, it's still going through your system. Your cells are still dying, and there's still a chance that, like, one of your cells might, like, the major thing with cancer is that it effectively changes your cell in a way that it doesn't experience, like, it doesn't go through apoptosis. It doesn't protect itself from becoming cancerous. Raises sieverts, but medically. Okay. Limiting exposures by X-ray techs start the machine from another room. Exactly. So like, it's the meme of like, oh, X-ray techs, like, thank you, cats, for the cats command. Like the meme of like, X-ray technicians, like this is perfectly safe, and they fucking run behind like a massive shield wall of like, lead to protect themselves. It's because they're near this source of radiation a lot more than you are. Like, thank you for the hydrate as well. Like, they're closer to a source of radiation, which means they're more likely to build up what is functionally a lethal dose of radiation. So let's say you were near this for an hour. You've got 4.6 sieverts of radiation in your system. If, in like, okay, you wouldn't die from, like, let's say that you are incidentally one of the people on like the right side. So you, like, the right 70%. So you're not going to die from the 4.6 sieverts of radiation you get. As you continue on through the day and the weeks and the months, though, you are subject to passive radiation from the food you eat and the sun. Like, and so it starts inching closer and closer to the right as, like, you start picking up casual, like, usually it's measured in millisieverts. But, like, because if you remember, it takes, like, about a year for, like, I think a sievert to fully process through the human body. Like, there's the amount of acceptable sieverts are measured in years. Like, I want to say it's an OSHA guideline, but like, so like, okay, you haven't died from the 4.6 sieverts you get from being around this thing for an hour. Well, that 4.6 sieverts might push you over the top when combined with the rest of the passive radiation you're getting through the year. So even though it might not kill you immediately, this is still dangerous to be around for any extended period of time.
Almost 5 sieverts.
So get radiation, then you have an excuse to not touch grass. You're not wrong. There are probably better excuses.
Per hour. Recovery officially began after IAEA scouting.
It probably took less than 4.6 sieverts per hour, but it's hard to tell because you have to take into account the actual mass of the exposed material and the distance to the source, and also the fact that they weren't around it for nearly that amount of time. This is a measurement of so the 4.6 is the measurement of how much they were actually measuring output from the RTG, which means, depending on where people are positioned, how far away from the core they are, how, like, how long they were at that distance from the core, there's no way they were experiencing 4.6. But I got started to laugh. I'll take that. But still, just being around this even for like a minute meaningfully increases your risk of having some radiation-based illness in the future, because of the fact that radiation kind of, it almost follows like an exponential curve downwards, kind of like what we see with medicine, where like the medicine slowly filters out of the human body until it's functionally zero, but it never quite, at some point the statistical probability of there being a molecule of a medicine in your body becomes zero, but like, until that point, there's technically still like, you're at like 0.0001% of like the dose you took initially. Red Ivan, you go dispose warm battery and we pay you, no danger. Trust me, Conrad, me smart. We never lie to you.
February 2002.
Oh god.
The 18 kilometers the recovery team traveled from a nearby village was a slog of mud, snow, and unmaintained roads that took 3.5 hours to navigate. The path was only passable with the help of a towing tractor provided by local authorities. The agency wanted to avoid these
how the fuck did they get out? How did they get these RTGs out here in the first place?
harsh conditions and leave the isolated canisters alone until the spring, where they wouldn't be hurting anybody.
Oh, I guess probably because they brought it out in the spring.
But fear from the local population and the government of Georgia pressed them forward.
Understandable.
Once on site, the mission would last just an hour, thanks to the strict adherence to the two critical principles of nuclear safety.
I'll never start trusting you.
Nuclear physics is complicated, but personal nuclear safety is extremely simple. TDS. Time, distance, shielding.
Yeah, that makes
Whatever
sense.
a source is emitting, it's constant. So the less time you spend near it,
Well, functionally it's constant. There's some amount of argument to be said about like statistical probability and the fact that like decay happens at different rates depending on the thickness of the material, but that's also like practically not something you can really measure. Basically, just don't be near radioactive devices.
the less dose you're going to receive. Radioactivity, like light, spreads out in every direction and decreases.
Yeah, this is why it's art. This is why it's a distance squared measurement, because it like radiates in it radiates in 3 dimensions. It's interesting. Unless you're me, when it's your job to chemistry near radiation. Are you specifically a radioactive chemist? That's scary. Fucking Marie Curie's notes are still radioactive even after all these years.
Increases rapidly with distance, so every meter you're from it matters.
Yes. Oh god. Well, hopefully this will be a nice reminder of why the safety instructions exist.
Finally, radiation can be
okay. So here you say like becomes protogen, but also radiation is actually like easier at fucking up technology than it is fucking up humans. There, okay. This is a strictly hypothetical. Don't fucking do this. I don't need reminders. I'm the safety officer. Okay, fair enough. But like, you stick a living being in a microwave for a second. It's not happy, but it's living. You stick a phone in a microwave for a second, that phone's fucked. That phone is not recoverable. Because radiation can also trigger it can trigger memory cells. And like induce electricity, which can fry your phone.
Attenuated or outright stopped as it passes through.
That's why we have, if I remember right, every picture we have of the fucking elephant foot. Elephant foot. Every picture we have of the elephant foot is this blurry mess. Like, because it fucks with electronics. It fucks with electronics, it fucks with cameras, because it's so massively radioactive.
Matter. So get anything.
Alpha, beta, gamma. Oh god, neutrons. Oh, we don't need to talk about neutrons.
The least time, the most distance, and the most shielding will keep you as safe as possible if you must be near a radioactive source.
Cameras are picking up the radiation particles, because the thing with radiation is that it's kind of just light, but like outside of the visible spectrum. Also because of a time-lapse photo to avoid exposure. Yeah, that makes... Wait, no, you wouldn't want it to be a time-lapse. Maybe it was like massively shielded, and like time-lapse, like it was picking up very, very small trace amounts of light. Living things can build new cells, and electronic thing cannot replace damaged components on its own. Exactly.
Simple rules, but powerful. The first time I heard about this principle was from a man who used it to photograph the elephant's foot beneath a Chernobyl nuclear power.
Yeah, okay, well, would you look at that? Incidentally on topic.
Power plant. The second...
There's a TikTok of someone being sent a thick metal empty canister that was radioactive because they moved their camera over the opening and it became grainy. Yeah, like that's the thing with radiation. It fucks with tech, like it doesn't just, it fucks with basically everything. You only, like, if it is alive, if it is like, you know, electronic in any way, radiation can fuck with it.
Principle of nuclear safety is ALARA, or as low as reasonably achievable. If you have to work with radiation, you endeavor to do all you can through TDS to receive the lowest dose achievable for the work.
Yeah, because
you don't linger, you don't take...
Because of that idea I mentioned earlier of this idea of like the radiation kind of building up over a year.
Chances, you don't do anything that you don't absolutely have to. This is why you see the IAEA-trained workers here literally running away from the sources. When working with something that hot, every meter and every second counts. Once everything was in place, once the calculations were done, the lead container prepped, and the movements of work...
Reactive sources on a station cylindrical having almost a height. Okay, so it's an R² measurement. I wonder why radiation's R² and not R³, considering it's radiating out in 3 dimensions.
Workers according to dose limits planned, recovery commenced. The following is the actual footage of the operation. Listen to the workers call out time limit.
It's almost certainly it's silly to think about, because where it's like, oh, like, you know, we're treating it like it's a fucking dangerous animal, but in a lot of ways it's more dangerous than an animal. Like an animal would, if 26 men went to go fight an animal, that animal's fucked. A lion, bear, I don't care, like a fucking polar bear, that animal, it might take some people out with it, but it's gonna fucking die. Material cross section. Oh, material cross sections. That makes sense. It's functionally the same. Okay. It might not bite. Yeah, like, but this thing could kill all 26 of these men if they aren't careful with it. The surface area of a sphere. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay, I see. Surface area of a sphere, because it's the same principle by which you can't use magnifiers to heat up something. So, like, this is a counterintuitive principle. You wouldn't think it would be the case. But you can't, so like if you're using the sun to, like, let's say you're using a magnifying glass to concentrate light from the sun. No matter how hard you try, you can't actually make something hotter using sunlight than the surface of the sun. Because of various, there's reasons from like a not photo, I can't remember the field of study of light, but like there are reasons why you can't do it, and basically you would just be making something heat up faster and closer to the surface of a sun. Like you can't make it hotter than the surface of the sun. Lightology, optics. That's the term.
Point out shield.
Optics, cool, because it's specifically about mirrors and lenses.
They can use.
Stay behind the rock.
Here, the ticking radiation counters.
Oh god, that Geiger counter.
Notice the steam coming from the sources, still hot enough to melt the surrounding snow.
Yeah, this thing's fucked. Nuclear reactor, we have white plastic tubes that are called rabbits that get shunted pneumatically towards the core. They are disposable because once you use it once, even for a second, it begins a radical chain reaction in polymers that causes it to turn brown and decay into dust. That makes sense. That makes sense because that would be how you would. It's like how you would deliver fuel rods. Once you use it once, even. So I'm assuming that they're like in some way chemically activated. Either chemically or activated by an increased amount of radiation that you would find within a radioactive core. Any polymer will do this? Okay, that's... Oh, so is it... I guess it makes sense that it would be any polymer. Turn brown and decay into dust. It's probably a chemical reaction at that point, used in conjunction with control rods. My guess is that it's probably a replacement for control rods. And that you would be using it for, like... for like controlled criticality experiments.
Within just 20 minutes, both sources were contained. An excellent example of how to recover
For
a
experiments,
dangerous orphan
we
source
put stuff in them and they can get them back out. Okay.
quickly and
Oh,
with
so
severely
it's like
limited
you're studying the effects of radiation on the different things you put into the rabbits.
financial and technical resources. No recovery worker received more than 1.16 millisieverts of radiation, less than 10% of the dose you get from a CT scan. The mission was a great success, but the 3 men who first found the abandoned
those guys are
generators
fucking dead. There's zero
were
chance
not
they
so
lived.
lucky.
For sure they died.
After they were hospitalized in the December of 2001, the 3 Leah men, now patients, would be moved around hospitals in Georgia, Russia, and France.
And like, look at, okay, so like this guy was fucked. Like take a moment. Remember what I said earlier about like the idea that the organs are like what are really, really good at receiving radiation because of, yeah, like straight to the gut. This guy took all of the fucking radiation brute force right into his various organs. There was zero chance this guy was making it through. Probably same case for this guy. But even this guy, whose only major radiation points were hands, leg, and like knees, he still probably died because that's just how dangerous this shit can be.
Receive extensive treatment. Patient 3 was the luckiest. He received burns on his legs and hands, but was discharged after only a month of treatment.
Yeah, like this guy far and away got the best of it because he managed to avoid putting the radiation near anything critical, like any critical organs.
Patients 1 and 2 would need treatment for up to 2.
But can particles pass the bone because their nerves are also fucked? The particles should like it kind of depends on what type of radiation. I imagine alpha radiation would probably be not great at passing through more than like a couple of inches of flesh, so it probably wouldn't be able to hit the bones. Radiation nerve decay is actually something I'm not too knowledgeable about. I'll go ahead and admit that.
Years. A full body dose of 10 grays, another unit of a...
Hold up. LD50 grays. Where's the LD50? Where is it? Okay. LD50. 2.5 grays. Or wait. Okay, so 5 grays is the LD50. The LD99 is 8 grays. They're fucked. Radiation can go through it a lot and your body's very squishy. Exactly.
Absorbed ionizing dose is 99% fatal. A dose of 6 grays is lethal for 50% of those that receive it, and 5% of people will die after receiving 2 grays. Patients 1 and 2 had received estimated doses between 1 and 6 grays.
Okay.
Meaning that...
Oh, so it was starting off, I was like, I thought it was being said, I was like, they took 10 grays, and like, no, that was them explaining like the LD whatevers of the various like measurements.
Any road to recovery could
yeah,
be...
my guess is probably patient 1 did a little bit better than patient 2. Welcome on in, Goldine. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. Hold a moment. Go ahead and give you a shout out. We're watching science videos because chat said, basically chat was like, I threatened to do like a math lecture, and they're like, and then chat was like, bet, and I'm like, all right, cool. And now we're watching about just people discovering random and massively irradiated stuff in the middle of a forest. Not my fault. It wasn't your fault. You are correct.
Accessible.
Warning: the following section contains graphic data.
Most people know
images.
that radiation...
Okay, so you know raised by a nurse, so like I'm used to this. Also, I just realized. Hold up a moment. That actually. Oh, okay. There we go. Everyone but me is big brain. I think with intelligence is that it's a mountain range, not a scoreboard. You're probably smarter in some other field than nuclear. Now, cringe to the thought that there was a working Russian plane, Tupolev Tu-95 LAL, with a nuclear generator powering it. Russia, why are you like this? Come on. Why do you need a nuclear plane? The reason it's fine. It's not fine. The reason, okay, nuclear subs are like not great, but they make sense because you need to those are subs that are going to be down there for like years at a time. You need to have a consistent source of power, and nuclear is basically the only thing that's going to get you there. This is like chill to listen to while playing Fortnite, not gonna lie. But maybe this, who knows, maybe I'll become a just chatting streamer. But yeah, like, nuclear submarines, it makes a little bit of sense because they're going to be going for so long without surfacing to refuel. Who the fuck is flying a plane for longer than 24 hours? TKC kid, oh, come on in. Oh, come on in, Raiders. Glad to have you. I really appreciate it. Oh my god, it's fine. They're just rushing to an Armageddon. Despite the subject matter, I kind of vibe with it, not gonna lie. But yeah, welcome on in, Raiders. Glad to have you here. I really appreciate it. For those of you who don't know, I'm Starky Morph, big gay chaos cur on the internet, Friday streamer. Live every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 6 to 9 p.m. EST. Mostly I play indie games, as well as like Nintendo from software, and at some point in the future, VR games. But you've caught me today doing my attempt at just chatting while we watch a horrifying nuclear incidents happen. Also, but yeah, welcome on in. How was Apex Legends? Hold up a moment, I'll show you my stream in a nutshell. That car crash is my stream in a nutshell. I was originally playing Kirby, but then chat convinced me to A, play Potion Craft, and then to B, watch nuclear video. So, oh my god. But yeah, welcome on in. Glad to have you here. I really appreciate it. You've joined us just in time for horrifying medical images. Too early. A little bit. I gotta get better timings. Real. And Dalos has pointed out that the Russians made a nuclear plane, which is just like, why? Why would you do this? You didn't have to do this. Please stop. Russia, please stop.
Poisoning can kill, but many aren't aware of just how sinister the not immediately fatal damages can be.
Also, it's potentially very fun to be nerds over nuclear videos. That's fair. This, who knows? Like, you know, I might do it like a 12-hour stream, and we'll do like I'll like line up a whole bunch of like nerd videos to nerd out to. Oh, so yes, we will be watching a little bit of this. I'm assuming it doesn't get too graphic. Yeah, it looks like it's mostly just like scans and pictures, and there's probably not going to be like any open surgeries. But yeah, we should do a podcast.
Radiation breaks things down on an atomic level, most notably DNA,
I love to see
and changes to
talk.
the DNA of a cell can lead to cancer, mutation, or impaired function.
Yeah.
White blood cells don't fight off infection because they all died off.
Nuclear nerd sounds like a
Wounds
crazy comic
don't
book.
heal. Case in point, radiation lesions on patients.
Woo! God damn! Okay, that's patient 1 for sure. Yeah, see, I swear to God. This is, it's, oh God, these are ulcers. Like, yeah, this is not great.
Backs simply refuse to close,
Nuclear nerds,
rejecting
that's just
continuous
Spider-Man.
treatment and multiple.
Can't wait for people to scream at us over stupidity in the similar ways in the future. Oh, for sure. It's so full of radiation, yum. Now that's a zit. Someone get the cream.
Extensive.
That's a lot of
skin grafts.
damage. It really is not great.
The normal healing pathways were destroyed. Lesions on his back where he sat against the abandoned RTG would get better, then worse.
Oh God.
Then
okay.
much worse.
Yeah. Oh. Whoa. Whoa.
Patient 1 died from multiple organ failure and cardiac arrest.
Yeah, that makes
after
sense.
893 excruciating days.
So it's worth pointing out. I'm not going to go back because I did kind of want to cover over that just in case anyone is quicked out by it. The fact that his body was trying to heal around this wound. They make a point that like, yeah, the body's normal pathways for healing these types of wounds are just blocked because the cells themselves are the problem. 900 days after that amount of exposure to radiation is actually like not bad at all. Ionizing radiation and free radicals suck. They really do. They really, really do.
Patient 2 went through a similar hell.
Yeah, I'll admit this shit visually makes me squeamish, but no worries. Okay.
A radiation lesion on his back that defied treatment for nearly 500 days.
Yeah, like
thankfully, patient 2 finally recovered enough to be discharged from the hospital on March 18th, 2003, and returned home to Georgia.
I mean, to be fair, he actually does seem to be like, you know, those medical photos.
A self-contained
were
radioactive
clean.
source that is no longer under proper regulatory control and poses an immediate radiological threat is called an orphan source. They can be anything from an abandoned RTG to a medical imaging device to a nuclear warhead. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission has estimated that at least one device like this becomes an orphan source in the United States every day.
Whoa! Every day? What do you mean every day? Or a 2-centimeter pellet lost in Australia outback? It's fine? No, it's not! Can't have shit in America. Thank you, Stouty, for the follow. I'm glad I really appreciate it. Captain Stouty, thank you for the follow. Glad to have you here. Thank you for joining right after the horrifying imagery.
The improper
it's
handling.
not fine though. This is like, look at this shit. Like, okay, to be fair, it's probably, it depends on what they're classifying as orphan sources. Because if it's shit like the stuff on the level of the RTG that gets lost, like, that's a problem. If something like that gets lost every single day, we're fucked. Monsters under the bed. I'm being facetious. It's not fine. If it's like one of the most frequently, like, so they're not safe to handle for extended periods of time, but you can handle them for a little bit. Lantern mantles are usually treated with thorium, which is a radioactive element. It's not like you can be around them for a bit, like, you know, like on the order of days without it being a problem. You can't be around it for like years without it doing something bad to you. But like if like a thorium mantle being lost counts as an orphan source, this is at least a little bit better. Honestly, it's insane they found that pellet, because not only was it incredibly radioactive, like worse than these RTGs, but also it's like smaller than the tip of your thumb, quite literally a needle in a giant Everset-sized haystack. To be fair, I'm sure you would notice at some point when you just start noticing animals coming back, they're like massively irradiated. Oh, I see now what happened.
Or control of orphan sources has directly killed people all over the world and caused many millions of dollars in damages.
Okay.
The identification
someone found one of
of
those in
orphan
their
sources
house?
and their collection is therefore
Oh god, in the house, that's not great.
critical to any country's comprehensive nuclear safety
I was told
program.
I would hate Therac.
Katie Yarborough woke up on a
Quickly check the forest near Chernobyl. New York Times, Australia radioactive capsule. Australians find lost radioactive device in 6 days. You reached your limit of free articles. Fuck off, New York Times. After their whole family already died to radiation poisoning. That's not great. That's not great at all. Oh, God. All right, let's see what the worst software error
clear
is.
June day in 1985 and prepared for her 12th
This
cancer
is also
treatment.
especially close to my particular field of study, because I'm a computer scientist. So let's watch some fucked up bug cause a whole lot of problems.
The 61-year-old manicurist got dressed and drove herself to the Kennestone Regional Oncology Center in Marietta, Georgia, where a state-of-the-art linear accelerator called the Therac 25 would direct
Starkey will
high-energy
be very intrigued, I'm certain.
electrons and/or X-rays into her lymph nodes, as it had done for patients in the area thousands of times before.
Wait.
The Therac would need only a few seconds to paint.
Wait. Excuse me. He said this lady is going to get radiation into her the lymph nodes?
Center in Marietta, Georgia, where a state-of-the-art linear accelerator called the Therac 25 would direct high-energy electrons and/or X-rays into her lymph nodes, as it had done for patients in the area thousands of times before.
Does she have, like,
the Therac
leukemia?
would need only a few seconds to painlessly deliver around 200 rads to her upper left chest. But that day, something went wrong. Yarborough felt a red...
Well, this is one way to not want children? Yeah, for sure. I don't want to have a biological child with the world being as fucked as it is. Lymphatic cancer. Okay.
hot sensation instead of nothing. You burn...
No. Oh, God. It's chemotherapy? Oh, no.
...me, she told the technician, who quickly assured her that this wasn't possible.
Oh, that technician's a fucking dipshit. Radiotherapy, excuse you? Okay, that's fair. Oh my god. Okay, well to be fair, there's a problem. It's not the technician's fault. Just you wait, watch more. It was involved in at least okay.
Over the next few weeks, she would need one breast fully removed, and her left arm would become completely paralyzed. But her useless arm didn't stop her from living her life, or from driving. She died 5 years later when her car was struck by a truck on a Georgia highway.
This is concurrent programming errors, also known as okay. Well, okay. So there's this prevalent issue in the medical community that women especially have complaints about pain ignored. So the technician should have been like, yeah, Chaos, you're Chaos out here posting spoilers. Mad. So there's this prevalent issue in the medical community of women's pain and like, you know, pain response not being treated seriously. And this technician probably just kind of did that, but the fucking consequences for ignoring a pain like that, like, to be fair, I don't know what much you can do to improve this scenario besides just excising a substantial amount of flesh, especially when it comes to anything involving their reproductive system being chalked down to a period. Yeah.
Kitty Yarborough was the first victim of what would be later called some of the worst software-caused accidents in history. This is the true story.
I mean, to be fair, the worst. It's technically like a hardware. It's a hardware and a software issue. The bug that almost caused nuclear war because of a chip malfunctioning and thinking that Russia had sent nukes over, like had sent specifically one nuke to the U.S. Thankfully, the people in charge recognized that that would be silly, and they thought they chalked it up more likely to being a bug, which it did end up being.
Of the Therac 25.
You should see this one. It's very software. I saw the term race conditions, and I'm already like, oh god, no, you fuckers didn't. Okay, radiotherapy.
How do you treat an insidious and deep-seated disease like cancer and its many forms without invasive and dangerous surgeries? One answer, in use for over 100 years now, is radiation, or radiotherapy.
Okay.
The concept is simpler than its name suggests. Radiation, in the form of high-energy particles and photons, can ionize or otherwise change atoms and molecules. In a sensitive structure like DNA, enough of this damage can lead to the death of a cell.
So it's basically it's like I mentioned earlier, this idea of trying to trigger apoptosis.
Like cancer progresses through the unchecked division of cells. So why not try blasting these mutants with radiation that can, by its very nature, pass invisibly through body tissue? What began in earnest only after World War II and the first nuclear reactors is now a highly sophisticated field that uses three-dimensional body imaging and targeted beams of radiation from linear particle accelerators to prevent, halt, and otherwise destroy cancer cells. In the best cases, radiotherapy is considered an effective weapon in 4 out of 10 cancers. No scalpel required.
Okay.
In 1976,
this machine looks scarier than I
Medical
imagined. Yeah, that I didn't really. I guess it's the difference between radiotherapy and chemotherapy. Chemotherapy being specifically the chemical equivalent of treating cancer with chemicals rather than radiation.
A division of Atomic Energy of Canada Limited developed a revolutionary double-pass accelerator, which streamlined linear accelerator designs by using electromagnets to send beams through a target twice instead of once.
What?
The Therac 25 was one such double-pass machine.
Isn't radiotherapy more local? Yeah, that's the thing. The problem with chemotherapy is it fucks up your entire body, whereas radiotherapy would only target very specific parts. We're trying to move to radiochemotherapy. That's an interesting prospect. Giving meds that are targeted towards hitting specific, like hitting tumors, then blasting with radiation to cause apoptosis. Fascinating.
10 feet high and 12 feet wide, smaller than previous accelerators. Also unlike the accelerators of old, the Therac 25 was run principally by software instead of hardware.
Okay.
Lines of code instead of interdependent physical mechanisms. In 1983,
In theory, this
AUCL
is good.
performed a
You should lyse the cells around the cancer too, though, right? I feel like that's one of those things where it's like it's probably like 6 of one, half a dozen the other, because you're just as likely at that point to trigger another instance of the cancer, depending on what level of ionizing radiation you're using, as you are to destroy the cancer cells.
safety analysis on the new machine.
Where we're going, we don't need hardware interlocks. We're going to the world of software. Oh god.
And started selling the Therac 25 to excited customers. This state-of-the-art device was in high demand. However, left out of that 1983 analysis was any interrogation of the software that ran these complicated devices. Of the code.
No. You have to QA your shit, man. Can't avoid damaging healthy tissue with current technology. That is unfortunately true. Although there were recent developments, if I remember right, they found a way to synthesize carbon onions with it was carbon onions with functional groups, which are like ideal for treating cancer. So we might be close if we can start figuring out how to synthesize them on scale.
Based on the older Therac 20 model and written by a single person, a coding hobbyist.
A single person. Oh, okay. No, I need to pull up this fucking infamous XKCD dependencies written by one person. Yeah, this is the fucking. You'd be surprised how often this is the case. That all modern infrastructure is relying on being something random being maintained by one person. Don't look into software. There's a reason why most software engineers are like smart homes are fucking like only owned by people who don't know anything about software development. Replace that domino with one random furry, and you'd get like 5 different fields. Let's be honest with ourselves.
Who left the company in 1986. He remained.
What do you mean he left the company and no one did a fucking software review? I feel like capitalism's at fault for not hiring more people. Oh, for sure. This is capitalism's fault at the end of the day. Here's the thing though, like this is unfortunately very frequent, but a lot of the times you should get the person who wrote the fucking software to comment out what it's doing. Because there's no way some random bastard's gonna come along and figure out what the variable named Lamau XD, I don't know why this flag has to be here, is doing if you can't figure that shit out. The monolithic organizations who won't give half a fuck it takes to adapt to modern software, it really is.
Remains unidentified to this day.
Good. That poor guy doesn't like as he fucked up. He made mistakes, but the company is largely at fault for not double checking his shit.
2 weeks after Katie Yarborough told her technician that she felt a burning sensation during her cancer treatment, there was a red mark the size of a dime on her chest. And directly opposite that mark, a larger disc on her back. Tim Still, the medical physicist at Kennestone, examined her.
Yeah.
That looks like the exit dose made by an electron beam.
Jesus Christ. You might as well fucking hit her with one of those goddamn laser beams from Star Wars. Most ATMs still run on Windows XP. That doesn't surprise me at all. Did you fucking know the Switch has a function to check if the server it's connected to is running on Windows XP? Do you think the engineers who made Windows XP thought that their fucking software would still be used 30 years? How old is it? Hold up a moment. How old is Windows XP? 2001. Do you think that softwares who made Windows XP are going to be like, yeah, this will be used for 20 years? No, it'd be fucking madness.
He said. It looked nothing like what could be created by her prescribed 200 rad dose. The physicist later estimated What actually hit Yarborough was closer to 20,000 rads.
Oh, God. Foolproof that shit. The problem is, there's no way to know that they actually did foolproof that shit until something pops up. You'd be like, there was, like, you know, the problem with a lot of cybersecurity is that because things are distributed across all these versions of software and firmware, it's really easy for problems to exist on one server but not another. How do they not die the same day? That's the thing with radiation. Unless you're getting like on the order of like 1 million rads, it's gonna take a while for it to kill you. You're dead. You're just not dead immediately.
It's hundreds of times more than what you'd receive standing inside a failed reactor at Fukushima Daiichi. But Dr. Still wasn't able to recreate a beam of that strength with the machine himself, so he contacted a professional organization to tell them what had happened. He quickly got a call from the
Thank you, cats, for the cats to disrupt me morbing.
ECL in response, telling him to stop making these claims without any proof. They assured him that such an overdose simply wasn't possible.
I guess she got a fucking massive
Over the next
overdose
few
of radiation
weeks,
from her
the
fucking
dime-sized red
manicuring
circle
job
on
then.
Yarborough's chest became a hole. Skin grafts failed, as any new tissue simply rotted away. Her left breast, recently cancer-free, had to be entirely removed. Her left arm was now
Reminds me of the
immobile.
guy who got particle
Many sources
accelerated
report
straight through the head.
It was though a slow-motion gunshot wound had gone through her chest and out of her back.
Yeah.
Yarborough would hire a lawyer and sue the hospital and AECL in the October of 1985. But she wouldn't live to find out the reason why nanoscopic bullets had done this to her. 7 weeks later,
Hopefully her
concerningly
family got
similar
that
to
money.
Katie Yarborough, a 40-year-old woman with cervical cancer arrived for her most recent Therac 25 treatment at the Hamilton Regional Cancer Center in Ontario, Canada. She too was hit with a slow-motion bullet,
Jesus.
complaining of tingling electric shock.
Not to like the description of the slow motion bullet. Radiation is just what fucking JoJo stands are. Like, let's be honest with ourselves. If you started fucking decaying from the inside out, it'd be fucking spooky. But that's the kind of shit you hear in fucking stories and not in real life. Did not investigate prior treatments of the prior victim. It sounds like it was just the one treatment that went wrong, and probably why because this was being used in multiple locations and being used a lot, but it only killed 6 people, so it was probably a result of the code not behaving the same way every time, which is usually a result of race conditions.
During treatment, it would be later estimated that what the Therac operator had mistakenly irradiated her hip with several times was a total of 17,000 rads.
Several times?
A larger dose than what Harry Doglian Jr. or Louis Slotin received from the Demon Corps.
We're killing people tonight. What are race conditions? We'll get there.
The AECL was informed immediately and had an engineer dispatched to examine the unit. The microswitches that controlled the position of the unit's turntable were deemed faulty. And
it only killed 6 people? It did only kill 6 people, but also, like, I'm kind of assuming that this was being used to treat thousands of people, because cancer is a very pervasive and frequent problem as life
software change
wears
to
on.
Constantly check the turntable position was introduced.
Doesn't tell me that's something nothing to do with racist. It does not have anything to do with human interactions at all. It is a strictly software principle.
EL would later claim in a September letter to customers that this change had increased the safety of the Therac 25 by 5 orders of magnitude. But the cervical cancer patient died a month before this pronouncement, on November 3rd. Her official cause of death was her cervical cancer, though an autopsy revealed that if she had lived, her hip, obliterated by high-energy radiation, would have to have been entirely replaced. 5 days later, a letter from the Canadian Radiation Protection Bureau begged AECL for hardware failsafes and additional software changes, but nothing came of it. just a month
This
after.
is why we need to fund government organizations better. This is why if that board was able to actually force AECL's hands to, like, with lawsuits to fucking check their shit, 4 lives would have been saved. 4 lives. And probably a substantial payout for the taxpayers because, hey, this is a lawsuit worthy.
The heavily irradiated cervical cancer patient died, it happened again. A Therac 25 unit at the Yakima Valley Memorial Hospital in Washington State, supposed to be now 9 million % safer, hit another cervical cancer patient in the hip with more radiation than what Cecil Kelly endured when a whirlpool of plutonium went prompt critical in his face.
Oh my god.
Thankfully, the woman ultimately suffered only minor disability and scarring. The more impactful outcome was that doctors and Therac 25 operators in the US and Canada were now talking to each other. Something was going on that the AECL obviously wasn't addressing or didn't care to. 2 months later, AECL declared that, after careful consideration, we're of the opinion that this damage could not have been produced by a malfunction of the Therac 25 or by any operator error.
We investigated ourselves and found nothing wrong. God, I hate Cap.
End quote. However,
Fuck
over
outta
the next
here.
12 months, Therac 25 malfunction and operator error would kill 3 cancer patients. The Therac 25 software likely had around 100,000 lines of code. Small by today's standards, but complicated.
100,000 lines of code from one person. That's impressive. But also, who the fuck allowed this?
Nonetheless, and error-prone.
Please tell me this company doesn't exist today. AECL. Atomic Energy of Canada Limited. It still exists. Company still exists. Number of employees, 3,500 worldwide. It's small. At the very least. I wonder if this lists the Therac issue. Google for Therac. Yep, there it is. Series of design flaws in AECL's Therac 25 medical accelerator caused massive overdoses of radiations on 6 different occasions, resulting in 5 deaths. So it's a government agency? No, I don't think it's a government agency. I just think it's based out of Canada. It's a federal company, though? Oh, fuck. Okay, well, who let this happen? There's aristocrats joke to be made here.
Operators would later testify that they encountered as many as 4 serious error messages a day. Many of those errors would
Speaking
simply
of software written by small teams,
malfunction with a number from
my brother
1 to
supports a software that's developed by Bulgarians. He gets corporate clients who call to ask what error eat a dick written Bulgarian means. That's really funny though.
64. These numbers were not explained, not by AECL, not in any manual. Operators also admitted that they became accustomed to this ambiguity, rather than fearful of it.
No,
They could and did simply.
Oh god. Unfortunately, this aspect of software development hasn't changed at all. Have a good night. Well, thank you for being here, Telzol. I really appreciate it. This aspect of software development hasn't changed in the fucking slightest. The thing with Hydrate Polk. It's... We continue to get buggy, problematic software to the point where it's like you have to work around the software breaking. If I pretend the malfunctions don't exist, they can't hurt me. It's not even that. It's the problem is like if the errors aren't explained in a way that the user can understand, it's a UX issue. Like it's a user experience issue. It's why you document all your code. It's really why you document all your code, but it's also why you explain what the error means to the user. Because if you said like, hey, this error, like, you know, this error is preventing the page from loading correctly, who cares? Like, you know, as long as all the buttons are still there, who gives a shit? If the error is saying, hey, if you continue with this, you're gonna kill a person, that's probably something you should fucking explain. Oh, I hate, because it's so obnoxious. It's thankfully not an issue with compilers anymore. Usually they will give you explicit error messages that explain what the problem is, unless you're using PHP, that fucking piece of shit language. Hobbyist Lunch, thank you for the follow. I'm glad chat, I really appreciate it. Doing just in time for me to complain about this god-awful language that is PHP. But yeah, stop giving me obscure errors with no documentation. So if you are giving errors, give a code or give an explanation of what the error means, so that way people can work with it. Welcome on in, glad to have you here. We're watching about awful software design and how things haven't changed.
You press P to proceed, without knowing whether or not an error code was benign or potentially deadly. It was part of the job to keep an expensive and sought-after machine like the Therac running. Malfunction 54, one of these mysterious, undefined errors, would turn...
Okay, this is the kind of issue that doesn't really exist anymore because of the internet. The existence of Stack Overflow has made problems like this functionally non-existent. Because you can just look up, like, okay, what the fuck does malfunction 54 mean? Like, and it'll be like, oh, that's the malfunction where you kill a guy. Like, you know, you can look up malfunctions like this nowadays. In a pre-internet era, this is a problem. This is a very real problem. Because even if you stick in the documentation like a, hey, this is what malfunction 54 means, no one reads the fucking documentation. Praise to Stack Overflow and GitHub. You think users look up error codes? Hey, at that point, it's like, okay, you killed a guy, but also you fucked up your own life because you're an idiot and you deserve to be in jail. Like, at that point, it's very clearly the person who's using the program's fault. It's not the programmer's fault for being like, hey, this is, you know, here's all of the everything about how you're gonna fucking destroy this person's life. You'd be surprised how esoteric modern engineering software can be, though. Good luck finding help with fatigue life prediction on Stack Overflow. Oh god. It's like I was complaining about with PHP, where it just doesn't give you an error. It's just like, it doesn't work. And like, okay, why doesn't it work? It doesn't work. Okay, cool, but where does it break? Fuck you, it doesn't work. It's like we're almost backtracking from like, the good old days where C was used everywhere. It's like, you know, C would tell you exactly where you fucked up and how hard you fucked up.
Turn out to be the one you couldn't skip past. But it would take 3 catastrophes before anyone figured out.
It's the same with chemical computational programs. That's, yeah. I'm more willing to accept that, at least a little bit, because if you're working with chemical computational programs or like esoteric modern programming languages, you're probably a specialist who should be reading the documentation. Like, if you're working with like something, you know, if you're working on something very, very important and you see a malfunction like this, it's kind of expected that you would be, hey, like, I'm getting an error. Let's make sure that the error is not going to kill someone, as opposed to a random layperson like a lab technician who there's no way they're going to be able to read the documentation between the flow of patients they have coming in. I had to learn Pascal at some point. All the error messages were basically just a big no.
Allowing to happen.
Oh, it's fucking relatable.
Ray Cox lay beneath the Therac 25 unit at the East Texas Cancer Center in Tyler, Texas, for his 9th cancer treatment. A technician set his dose at 180 rads.
Oh, God.
Then she noticed a mistake. She had selected X for X-ray instead of E for electron beam. She quickly moved the cursor, made the change, and activated the machine. Malfunction 54. Used to this by now, she hit proceed anyway. Mr. Cox then felt a powerful shock. According to reporting done by Barbara Wade Rose, Cox tried to get up, but because the intercom for the room just happened to be broken that day, the technician didn't see him struggling or hear him screaming. So she hit him again. Another shock ripped through Mr.
this is where it's like, what even is the fucking point anymore? Like, this is two separate programming failures. To be fair, this one's a combination of a software and a hardware failure.
Cox. The technician only stopped when she heard Cox slamming the door she was behind with his fists. He was examined by physicians and sent home, told to return if anything changed. A few weeks later, he returned to the hospital, spitting up blood. After the accident, no one can reproduce malfunction 54. AECL told the hospital that an overdose was impossible, suggesting maybe it was indeed an electric shock that produced the sensations Mr. Cox felt, but ruled that out.
Wait, yeah, that's an electric shock from the machine malfunctioning, except you can't fucking recreate it, and that's also a problem with your machine.
Out too. The company claimed it knew of no other similar accidents, so the use of the Therac unit resumed 17 days later. Voyne-Ray Cox died the following August after receiving a calculated dose higher than the worst dose a liquidator would receive when the Chernobyl nuclear power plant exploded just a month later. Only 4 days after the Therac at the East...
How the fuck were... Remind you, at the second instance of this happening, a government agency stepped in and said, hey, fix your shit. How was anyone allowed to turn 4 more people into fucking radioactive nuclear rods before the issue was actually like allowed to be like, hey, let's go through the software?
Texas Cancer Center was back online. 66-year-old bus driver Verdon Kidd walked through the lobby on the way to his scheduled treatment. He was to have a Therac 25 aimed
let's say it again, capitalism.
Skin cancer on his face. Malfunction.
Internet didn't exist yet. Users can talk to each other and spread the news. Every single instance of this was reported to AECL, though. They knew this happened every single time.
54. Treatment proceeded. A loud noise brought the technician back into the room to find Mr. Kidd writhing in pain, confused. He said it had felt like something hit him on the side of the face. He saw a flash of light, heard an intense, sizzling sound. The Therac 25 unit at the center was shut down until the cause could be determined. Verdon Kidd died a month later from radiation-induced damage to his brain and brainstem. His death, 4 months before the death of Voyne-Ray Cox, was the first recorded fatality from radiation treatment in medical history.
Yeah,
the Therac technician on site
straight up melted him. They did to him what the fucking Lost Ark did to the bunch of Nazis at the end of fucking Indiana Jones. They did that to a man.
That day, and physicist Dr. Fritz Hager stayed the weekend after the Kidd accident, attempting to recreate malfunction 54, the malfunction that AECL said wasn't possible. They changed the machine's modes, moved the cursor quickly up and down, and typed in different treatment instructions for hours upon hours, and then suddenly, they did it. Dr. Hager telephoned to AECL immediately. The FDA, already investigating the accidents, declared the Therac 25 defective and demanded a corrective action plan or CAP.
It's a pretty bad way to discover software bugs. It's by killing people. But it's going to be increasingly more likely if we had... Let's be real. With AI is getting adopted in places it really has no place. So we might be seeing fucking round 2 of this.
From the company. A letter soon went out from the AECL to all Therac 25 users. Quote, effective immediately, and until further notice, the key used for moving the cursor back through the prescription sequence must not be used for editing or any other purpose. End quote. It was something that everyone had missed, and it was finally going to be fixed. But even after everyone knew what malfunction 54 was and how to fix it, the accidents continued.
What?
You don't think of software as something being able to fail.
Excuse you? What do you mean? Look at this red herring. That's a hell of a red herring. But also, what the fuck do you mean? Software fails all the fucking time. Just look at any like a major like security risk issue, and every single one of them is a software failure. AI is good stuff for identifying diseases, but not on. AI has niche applications, but it keeps getting put places it doesn't belong.
Once working code is in a computer, how could it bend like a steel beam or break like a pane of glass?
I mean, it's more likely for there to be bit problems caused by a result of radiation if you are using software specifically in a circumstance where you're expecting a lot of radiation. But I can't imagine that's the case.
There's a difference between how it's supposed to be used in theory and how it's actually used in practice.
Starkey, the audience is lay people. Okay, that's fair. But also, listen. There's this. What he just said. Let's back up. Like,
code is in a computer. How could it bend like a steel beam or break like a pane of glass? But like any machine, there's a difference between how it's supposed to be used in theory and how it's actually used in practice.
There are two jokes in computer science about this. There's a constant race between computer sciences to build a better system, and reality to make bigger idiots to break your system. And the other joke being, as a computer scientist tests a bar, orders 1 beer, 2 beers, 6 beers, -999 beers. A person walks in, asks where the bathroom is, and the bar explodes. Because people don't use these things in a way that's necessarily consistent.
The Therac 25
or like, it's like user error can fuck up everything.
Used magnets to filter and control powerful beams of radiation. Magnets that, after an input was received, physically took 8 seconds to move everything into position. Fine in theory. What Dr. Hager had figured out was that if an operator set radiation levels and then made a change to those levels within the 8 seconds...
No. Oh. Why would you do it like that? Oh my god.
God damn it!
Yeah, that's my feeling right about now.
Leo! God damn it!
So yeah, this is where the race conditions come in. Okay, to explain, I just finished this anime, lol. To explain race conditions, it's a term used with specific tasks called parallel processing. Basically, you're doing two things at the same time with different computers. You give the same input, two different computers do two different things to produce an output. It takes 8 seconds. So the electromagnet is being moved. Think of the hydrate Chronos. And that process takes 8 seconds. But the electron beam is updating almost immediately. So if you set the parameters of the beam, and then the beam, like, the beam energy is fine. Like, if you set it, the electromagnet takes 8 seconds to move, but the beam is already set. If you change it in those 8 seconds, the beam is going to change power, but the electromagnet is still in the process of moving. You've effectively created a state that's impossible for the computer to figure out what's going on, because it was never thought to be the case. It's worse?
It took for the magnets to move, the change was not detected. The magnets were already in motion. This could and did allow powerful, unfiltered beams of radiation to strike patients. This animation, reproduced in Spanish, shows the sequence of events needed to produce Malfunction 54. In theory, an operator would make a change and then wait for the magnets in the machine to move. But an experienced operator, working with the Therac every single day, encountering multiple error messages a shift, is in practice more than likely of making a change, like changing a beam from X-ray to electron, within 8 seconds. There was no code in place to check whether the prescribed input on the monitor matched what the machine was actually.
Oh, no. Okay. Oh, I see what's happening. Yeah, I see.
To do.
I see what's happening.
The Therac 25's reliance on software and not hardware interlocks like previous models also meant that input errors didn't have mechanical failsafes that wouldn't listen.
It did get worse. Basically, whatever you could change it, but it wasn't actually applying those changes.
To the mistakes that ended up fatally irradiating people. With malfunction 54 finally identified, AECL sent the first corrective action plan to the FDA.
It's not over.
Part of which were changes to the Therac software to tell the machine where the cursor actually was. The CAP was...
God, they didn't even know what they were doing was bad. It didn't even tell them that they fucked up. It told them that they fucked up, but it also told them they fucked up in ways that didn't matter. So they just kept ignoring it.
Revised twice by the FDA over the next few months, and Therac 25s were back in use before the end of the year. 6 weeks later, a Therac unit killed again.
Check your fucking code.
On January 17th, 1987, Glenn Dodd, 65, walked into the Yakima Valley Memorial Hospital for treatment of a carcinoma. His disease was to be flooded with 86 rads. The Therac instead bombarded the man's chest with 10,000. He died from acute radiation poisoning 3 months later. The staff at Yakima reportedly stopped using the machine altogether after this accident. They were paranoid. They thought, this had been fixed. This was safe. What did they miss?
It's worse.
What was going on? Eventually, it was discovered that the Therac 25 had another invisible software.
Class 3 0 then do. Okay, so this is a. Hey, this is not a finite state automata. This is a. It's not a push down automata. This is the Turing equivalent. This is like the Turing, or the Turing machine notation for this. Oh, they were using Turing machine? No fucking wonder. Oh, God. Yeah, okay. No, it makes sense how this error happened. Class 3 = 0, then do not enter check column. If class 3 is not 0, then enter check column being if the upper collimator is... Okay,
software
I'm not going to try to read this. This is... If I had time and paper, I'm sure I could figure this out, but it would take like fucking 10 minutes.
Inside the code was a so-called housekeeper task that would constantly check whether or not the machine's turntable was in the correct position, make adjustments if necessary, and then revert to 0. Anything other than a 0 in the code, therefore, was an error, and the machine would not proceed with treatment. Again, good in theory.
Yeah.
However, like your car's odometer, this code ticked up checks only until a certain value, in this case, 1 byte of memory, 256. After that, it would tick over to 0 out.
You're fucking kidding. It was a bit overload limit. Oh my God.
Of necessity. If a technician entered an erroneous treatment at this precise moment, just an instant before the next check, the computer would read a 0.
Oh my God. No. Oh. I guess it makes sense why this took so long. I started getting lost in the science hole. It makes sense now. This is also the kind of bug that wouldn't necessarily happen nowadays. That in computer science, and Christ, I know how mad this is. This is horrible. Because refresh rates are so much faster nowadays. Like, this wasn't likely, but it's a lot more likely to happen if you're operating at like, 1,000 cycles a second versus we're operating somewhere in the like, hundreds of millions of cycles a second. It makes sense, like, gigahertz, like refresh rates. So it makes a little bit, I guess it's comparable, like it's orders of magnitude faster. So it's not likely that this would happen nowadays. Like if you ran this software with modern technology, this bug probably wouldn't happen. Or at the very least, it would be so deeply unlikely to happen that you just wouldn't see it. Welcome on in, Coffee. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. But like, this is like the nonsense of like, oh, like, you know, like, there is value in keeping in mind what you're running on when you're programming, because if you don't, you end up with shit like this, where like we're talking about Y2K. No, this is about a radiotherapy equipment that was killing people because it was running erroneous, you know, commands. This is so much worse than Y2K. It's not worse than Y2K. The fact Y2K was like, the major problems that Y2K would have caused were thankfully avoided through US funding. Like, if the US didn't actually take notice of the problems that could have potentially been caused by Y2K and like prevent them with code like updates, it probably would have been a big actual problem. But we were able to get everything settled in time. In hindsight, software-driven devices should have been delayed in a certain application for a longer time. The problem is, I don't necessarily know that this would have been fixed with a... Oh wait, that's another problem with it. Like, okay, so even operating on modern technology, I think this still would have been the case, because if it's overflowing the byte, then it's probably it does that like it's doing that more like, because I guess if you're giving it more commands, then it's... I don't know.
No errors. And proceed. This is called arithmetic overflow, and it's what killed Glenn Dodd.
It's just an oversight, probably because one hobbyist wrote his whole code. Yeah. Yeah. Congratulations to AECL, a fucking government-backed organization, for letting a hobbyist write code that they didn't bother checking for glaring oversights like this that killed people. This thing I have to give me context for the speedrunning videos of the technical explanations I have watched, where you have frame-perfect glitches used for exploits and stuff. Yeah, this is basically a frame-perfect glitch that kills a man.
In February 1987, the FDA again declared the Therac 25 defective, recommended that all units be taken out of service until corrective action could be taken. Finally, the accident stopped. After months of revisions, AECL told customers that
This is fun to do as much as it is horrifying. That would be a great Starkey quote. Yeah, it's a frame-perfect trick where you kill a man.
FDA had accepted
Go ahead and add that fucking... Wait, Chaos, go ahead. Oh, I think it's quote add. A frame-perfect glitch to rip this child's skeleton from his body.
plan.
Basically.
It included 23 software changes and 6 hardware safety features.
Go ahead and add that fucking
The largest
quote.
of which was a dose per pulse monitor affixed to the machine that would shut down dangerous doses even if all the software safety checks failed. However, unsurprisingly, after high-profile and unprecedented accidents,
Oh, it's add quote.
the
Fuck me.
Therac was no more. In 1988, AECL dissolved their medical
There we
division,
go.
and lawsuits from families were settled out of court. At the time of this recording, with a cursory search, I was unable
God.
to...
Okay, fine. Didn't have noticed that before I actually figured out the thing. Okay.
find any hospital actively using a Therac 25. Even if they
No, that's
are,
not the right one.
which isn't unlikely, the machines are probably under a different name or company. Even without any further incidents
don't worry,
to
I've got
point
it.
to today,
I'll fix it through
no
mix it
hospital
up on.
wants to draw active comparison to disaster. Today, the Therac 25 is more a staple of ethics and computer science class required readings than it is of medicine. A unique case study of what can go wrong when new technology is trusted implicitly and when ethical decision-making malfunctions.
Yeah, AECL buried this shit by settling out of
assumed that the
court.
software for the Therac 25, written by a single unidentified hobbyist and imported from the older Therac 20 model, did not have residual software errors to be tested. It didn't consider how the machine was being used in practice, never envisioning something like Malfunction 54. The company repeatedly denied knowing of any accidents and believed that overdoses were impossible. It made proclamations like 5 orders of magnitude increases in safety that were physically impossible. Today, The FDA requires documentation on all software for new medical products,
Good.
which the Therac 25 didn't have, that can be investigated independently.
Yes, good.
10 years after the deadliest software errors in history, reporter Barbara Wade Rose asked Bill Bird, the lawyer for the first Therac victim, Katie Yarborough,
No documentation? Yeah.
to comment on the events. Quote, "The thing that amazes me is that the people who develop these machines are surely some of the most brilliant people in the world. This machine was unbelievably sophisticated, and yet nobody would have gotten hurt if somebody had just used common sense."
Yeah.
Until next time.
Well, to be fair, common sense apparently costs fucking money, and the company wasn't willing to spend that. Oh god, that one hurt to watch. Like that's documentation is super important when you're coding something. Yeah, which is like low key, like why to some degree I'm balking at like I'm struggling with my current job is because it's like a relatively new company and like they don't have documentation for fucking anything. So it's like, what do you want me to do? There's no documentation for me to refer to actually figure out what I'm supposed to be doing. Yeah. All right. I think that's probably gonna do it for me because it's 9:50. So many videos to watch. We're not gonna watch anymore. I don't have time for that. That video fucking drained me to watch because I'm just like it's a fucking horror movie in real time. Oh, hold up. I'm going. There we go. All right, let's see who's live. I'm gonna go and move to the outro screen. Thank you for the last minute hydrate. I really appreciate it. Where are we? There we are. We should do this more often. This was insightful. Yeah, I might make this like a semi-occasional thing. I love the Starkey Science Hour. Although I wonder if just chatting might be a little bit better than science and technology, because we're not actually working with the science and technology. We're just like watching someone else talk about it and then adding the 2 cents. All right, let's see who's live. Ooh, Marsh is live. I bet we've been able to raid in a Marsh. Oh, and Marsh is playing Brock the Investigator. Oh wait, Marsh is also farther into the Brock the Investigator than I am. Shoot. Let's see. Draco's live. Let's go ahead and raid into Draco. Just so y'all can see some live action crafting. What was the raid message? Raid message was oh god, it was something about Kirby. I can't remember. My positive science story is a group of kindergartners sent insulin pins to space and found out they turned toxic, saving potential lives. That's interesting, actually. Kirby is calling the police. That is it. Raid. Let's go and let's go with 7 scrims. You know what? Starkey 17 sweats is funnier. Thank you for streaming. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. Okay, let me go ahead and copy this. Raid message. Kirby is calling the police. Okay, there we go. Or not the police. The police. There needs to be an E here. All right, this will be the raid message. We're gonna raid into Draco Adamantis. I'll get to that, Chaos. Don't you worry. AKA, please stop. All right. Thank you everyone for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you for hanging out during kind of an atypical stream. It's been a hot minute since I've had a stream go like this, where like the initial plans ended up not lasting the whole time, and I had to kind of find a backup plan. But this might actually be like the great backup plan idea, is just to like, yeah, let's just watch a science video if we finish the game in like the first hour. The frame perfect glitch that raids a man. That's also very good. But yeah, thank you everyone for joining us tonight. And for those of you who just joined us tonight, I'm Striking Morph, Big A Chaos Crow on the internet, variety streamer, live every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday from 6 to 9 p.m. EST. Mostly I play indie games, however, like you saw, I occasionally play Nintendo, VR, from softwares, whatever games happen to interest me. And also, I guess now we can add science videos to the list. I have a TikTok, if you'd like to give me a follow there. I post things I'm gonna try every Monday, Thursday. So there was a video posted up there yesterday. I have a YouTube if you'd like to catch up on the VODs to see what we've all been up to. I have a Twitter where I post updates about stream, including when I'll be going live, what'll be playing, as well as food pictures, as well as videos that I post on TikToks. It still says text subject. Yeah, please point this out when I am actually in a position to fucking fix this shit, I swear to God. And I have a Discord if you'd like to hop in there and say hi to all the say hi to all the Sweet Beans, see the cursing out the Sweet Beans post. All right, we're gonna send you off to Draco Adamantis, who is one of my IRL friends from college. I love you all to bits. Love you. Bye.